All right, I got it. I got it. I had to go into my settings and then actually click go live. I thought it was going to come on automatically. Damien is here. He's the only one. Where is I thought there would be at least two people here. Can you hear me, Damien? Oh, Kirk, thank you. All right. I was hoping Kirk would be here. Very good. Can you hear me, Kirk? Can you hear me, Damien? I know Damien's working. Maybe he can't hear me, not audibly, but maybe because he's not around. Let me know if you can hear me, Kirk. I can hear myself. Oh, Dallas is here too. Kirk can hear me loud and clear. Dwayne is here. Dwayne is what's his name? Milner STHX 138. OTHX. That's a George Lucas thing. I know that. All right, everybody can hear. All right, so how many people are here? We got Kirk, Dallas, Damien, and Dwayne. We got four D's. Kirk is fucking things up. He's Kirk Desmond. So we got a last name with a D. So we're a lot of D's here. Dallas is in Saskatoon. For any of you guys, Kirk and Damien, some of you might know each other. I've mentioned all of you. I think at some point in these videos, Damien has been in my videos. Oh, Kirk is in San Diego. All right. Probably similar weather. It's a little bit cold here. Schizo from T-Shirt Slayer. All right, very nice to see T-Shirt Slayer represented. Hello, schizophrenic. It's always strange to call people by their screen names, but that's okay. All right. I forgot about T-Shirt Slayer. All right, good, pretty good representation. I'm not the only person here. Like on my 10th birthday, I had a birthday party and nobody came. That didn't really happen. Australia here, so we got Australia. Where are you from, schizophrenic? Joseph. It might be easier for me to remember schizophrenic because I can see it. No loser tonight. Where are you from, Joseph? Ah, Mexican American. All right. All right. So we got the United Nations here. We got Dwayne in South Carolina, Kirk in San Diego, me, Canadian from Mexico. We got schizophrenic Mexican American, Damien Australian, Dallas. Despite his name, Dallas is Canadian. Dallas was the guy that I was with in not in my last El Chopo visit, but the time before that. So as I said, you guys all maybe have seen each other on my videos or are familiar. I've mentioned some of you by name. Anything interesting going on in any of your places tonight? I'm trying to be a good host and include everybody. My cat is here. I think you've probably all seen my cat as well. Cold and rainy in San Diego. It's a little bit cold here too. It's been rain and thunder in South Carolina. I know it's been cold through a lot of North America. Maybe it's getting better these days. I got to remember to stay close to the microphone and move my cat down here with me. I've been wearing a jacket in my house for about the last 2 or 3 weeks. Uh, all right, muggy in South Carolina. Yeah, I guess so. If it's rain and oh, muggy. I associate muggy with hot and humid. But I've been my windows are never closed. Never. The only time I ever close my windows. Yeah, Dallas is in Saskatoon. He's got everybody beat. If anybody's going to complain about the winter, it should be Dallas. Um, I keep my windows open here 24 hours a day. The only time I ever close them is if it's raining, and then I open them up again. So it's been down here to 10 or 12 degrees overnight. That's Celsius for Kirk and Dwayne, who maybe don't know Celsius. Um, Exhausted from shoveling the sunshine. Yeah, yeah, that's like me. We have 350 days of sun here in Cuernavaca, where I live, so I can't complain. It's been cold. I call it Cuernavaca cold, and which is the daytime. There was a day a couple of days ago or last week. I think the maximum was only 19 or 20, which is almost the coldest I've ever felt here during the day. And it rained on Christmas Day night. I was at my ex-wife's family's house for Christmas, and it started to rain. So very unusual. So we have some pleasantries out of the way. I try all of you are good commenters, especially Kirk. There's a guy that I was hoping would come tonight. His name was his screen name is death. It has the word death in it or something. Another one with D. He makes good comments. Kirk makes good comments. I talked to Dwayne, Dallas, and Damien all privately in Instagram. Um, but Kirk. So if you guys have any questions, any requests, especially, I'm going to El Chopo again this Saturday. Today is Tuesday. I'm going on Saturday to buy some records. Damien probably more than anybody knows probably how crazy that is that I'm buying records as I swore off. All right. Oh, that's not such a bad thing, Kirk. I have a love-hate relationship with social media, probably for you can probably guess why. I don't like the bullshit around it. The everybody's very judgmental. Everybody is very know-it-all. Oh, I just saw that Damien is eating Vegemite sandwiches, just like in the men at work. I come from a land down under. Vegemite sandwiches. Uh, Damien is proud of me. Yeah. What a and I have another friend, a good friend of mine who lives. I might be going to his house on Friday. Here, he invited me. He sent me a message this morning or yesterday, asking me to his house to go listen to some Kiss records on Friday. I was the same thing with him with CDs. He always, uh, I always said to him, "I'll never buy CDs anymore," because I listen to almost all my music, except recently digitally with these records that I've bought. And so now in the last year or so, I've been buying a few CDs too. And he's kind of made jokes about me, saying you swore you'd never buy CDs again, and now I'm buying records. Um, yeah, how many times I get told not to film at El Chopa? That happens. I want it's my instinct to say that happens every single time. I guess there have been a few times that they haven't told me, but yeah, it's pretty much a sure thing that somebody is going to tell me at El Chopo, and it's always in the same area too. Damien is, I guess, out of everybody here, I think Damien is the only one who's been to El Chopo. Oh no, Dallas too. I was there with Dallas last month, um, or in November, I guess that was. Yeah, no drugs. As I said, it's the Barbara Streisand syndrome. I don't know if anybody knows that, but like 20 years ago or something, there was some. I don't know if it was like a satellite image or something, and just by let me get to your question in a minute, Joseph. And Barbara Streisand's house was in this satellite image, and nobody knew it was her house until she opened her mouth and made a big deal and said, "Hey, you put my house on your satellite image, and I guess I want a compensation." And the thinking was, well, if you hadn't said anything, nobody would have known that it was your house. So these guys that are Rat Rock. Oh, I love Rat. Um, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the name, the screen name, Rat Rock 1970, but man, oh man, I think it's been well established that I'm a huge, massive Rat fan. So welcome, Rat Rock. Um, so these guys at El Chopo, nobody would know if they're selling drugs. It's kind of weird. They openly sell them, and but also some of them. So on the one hand, you think, well, if they're openly, you walk past them and they sell mota, which is I guess slang. It's like weed or pot for marijuana, and yeah, Rat from San Diego, Stephen Piercy from San Diego, and Jake E. Lee. Kirk and I mentioned that last week or so when I talked about Badlands. So anyway, getting back to Damien's point about these guys telling me not to film, if they didn't say anything, they draw attention to themselves, I guess is what I'm saying. All right, so let's see, schizophrenic. What band merch is hard to find El Chopo? I always say you can find anything there, anything, but which is not really true. There are some shirts that I have. Um, I wore a Badlands shirt a couple days ago after I talked about the Badlands Voodoo Highway album. I got in the Badlands mode, so I wore a Badlands shirt on my hike last Tuesday, and that came from AliExpress. I've mentioned AliExpress before to Dwayne and I think the Dallas too. I do have some shirts like it's I have a Y&T shirt that I didn't get at El Chopo. I've never seen Y&T represented there. Some of the more hair bands, I've never seen like Bang Tango, Sea Hags. I know Damien's a big Sea Hags fan. King's X, I have a King's X shirt, but I got it in the States. I think I got it from eBay. I was visiting my friend in Arizona 2 years ago or this year. I visited him a few times, and I think I had it sent from, actually, I think yeah. So I have a King's X out of the Silent Planet shirt, but I've never seen any King's X um, shirts, uh, buttons, pins, hats. Zero King's X. I've also never seen Badlands. Um, as I said, Sea Hags, Spread Eagle, Saigon Kick is one of my favorite bands ever. I went through their whole discography maybe 2 years ago. I've never seen Saigon Kick. Um, Enough's Enough, I've never seen. The only thing I've seen in Enough's Enough, Dallas can attest. There's one guy there, and maybe Damien remembers too. He's the pin king, not the kingpin, but the pin king. His whole store is pins and patches. And this guy he has everything. He does have Enough's Enough. So pins. Other than that, I don't think I've ever seen an Enough's Enough shirt. Um, Okay, Damien says you got a nihilist shirt and righteous pigs. Annihilator, I'm not sure if I've ever seen any Annihilator represented there. I think I would remember that because I'm Canadian. I always like to point out the Canadian content. For some of you who notice, I point out Exciter, Razor, um, Sacrifice, and it kind of comes in waves. I used to see Sacrifice shirts occasionally. Not occasionally, I saw them all the time, but just in 2 or 3 different stands, and now I think it's been a couple of years since I've seen a Sacrifice shirt. Oh, Crumb Suckers. No, if I saw a Crumb Suckers shirt, I would buy it for sure. Life of Dreams, Beast on My Back, uh what I always like to quote the lyrics if anybody watches my I love this album. Joseph is putting me on the spot. The lyrics for Beast on My Back. How does well, I've made a few mistakes. Don't think I'll ever live them down. Beast on my back and agony I dwell. I love Crumb Suckers. If I saw a Crumb Suckers shirt, I would buy it for sure. Nevermore. I possible. I'm not sure. I don't even know what their logo looks like, so I'm not in touch with Nevermore. Um, Faster Pussycat. I have a Faster Pussycat shirt that I also got when I was in Arizona. Um, my cat is chewing my jacket. Um, I've never seen Faster Pussycat. I've never seen Dangerous Toys shirt. I bought a Dangerous Toys a big when I was there with Dallas last month, or I guess now it was in November. We saw some big back patch at that. Yeah, the guy that he's talking about, it's insane. He had a giant full size Dangerous Toys back patch, which I bought for Jason McMaster, the singer of Dangerous Toys and Broken Teeth and Watchtower and Godzilla Motor Company and Igniter and Cassius King, and I bought that for him. He loved it. He said he couldn't believe how good the quality was. Um, Dallas can attest that those guys have awesome patches. Faster Pussycat at Irvine Meadows. I only saw them once. I saw Faster Pussycat. Oh, vintage concert tickets. I can do that. Yeah, give me a second here, Kirk. I saw Faster Pussycat. It was a one-off show. It was in Toronto at the CNE Grandstand in the summer of 1990 or 91. I think it was 90. And it was Whitesnake, Kiss. Whitesnake was headlining over Kiss. That was one of the best Kiss shows I've ever seen. Faster Pussycat and Slaughter, not Slaughter from Scarborough, Toronto, Ontario. My buds in Slaughter, but Mark Slaughter. And I did meet Tammy or Tie Me Down, the singer of Faster Pussycat. I met him at the Cat House or outside the Cat House. There used to be a 7-Eleven beside the Cat House. I met him in March 1989 and got a picture with him. I've posted that on my Instagram. I don't know if anybody's seen that. He was a very nice guy. I met Axel a couple of times at Cat House. He wanted to get into a fight, he told me. I had a pretty cool Axel experience. Oh, okay. Rat Rock had asked me. Oh, let me go back to Kirk here. Vintage concert ticket stubs. Um, I will get to that. Give me a second. Just let me get to Rat Rock. If I'd show my media collection, if you're talking about like my CDs and I mean records, I've only got 3 copies of Kiss Alive, Kiss Originals, and the Dirty Livin', Malavida, Christine 16, Casablanca Disco. Let me do one thing at a time here. Concert ticket stubs. Give me a minute. They're over here in the corner here. Let me disturb my cat and go get the ticket stubs. Hold on, let me get those. All right, so for Kirk, here's my little bag of ticket stubs. Now this is, I guess, is it all of them or almost all of them? I'm missing quite a few from over the years. These are not organized. This is my mitt full of ticket stubs. They're not in any order whatsoever. I've also got, this is my some old expired, long expired passports. If you want to see how I used to look, there's a picture of me when I had a fat face. And here's a picture of me when I had an even fatter face and long hair and a beard. That was almost 20 years ago. I think that was 17 years ago. All right, let me go through some of these. 4 guitars, Damien, 4 guitars. Let me go through. So, okay, so Kirk wants vintage ticket stubs. Let me see what I can find here. Um, going back to let me see if I can find my very, very, very first one, which was Ozzy and Rat, which I mentioned when I talked about Badlands the other day. I got to stay close to the mic. Here's a really old one. Here's my second one ever. This was Scorpions in 1984 on the Love at First Sting tour with Helix, Quiet Riot, Helix, and Kickaxe. That was in Toronto, Scorpions, 1984. That was my second concert ever. Whoops, there goes my cat again. Let me see. Here's my first concert ever. You want vintage? My cat is going to knock over my drink here. Just a minute. I don't want an spillage. I also don't want to deny my cat. There's my first ticket stub ever. That was Ozzy, 1984, April 25th, 1984, at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. That was supposed to be Slade was supposed to open that. Remember Run Run Away? But Noddy Holder, the singer, had some kind of a throat. Not he wasn't it wasn't like a cold. He had some serious problem with his throat or his voice. And they were replaced with Rat. So the first band that I ever saw was Rat because they opened for and I didn't meet. I saw Robin Crosby outside. I didn't know who he was at that time. I'd heard Round and Round. This was in April '84, and Round had just started to get some airplay on the radio. And we saw this big, huge guy with long blonde hair outside talking to a bunch of girls outside Maple Leaf Gardens. And then when the concert started, we saw him on the stage, and my friends and I were like, "Hey, that's that guy we saw outside. That's the guy. He's in Rat. It was talking to those girls." Um, this is an interesting one. This is from December 29th, 1989. So the anniversary just passed a few days ago. Look at this lineup. It's Death Angel, COC, Razor, Ludachrist. Ludachrist became Scatterbrain, I think. Who else? And Gothic Slam and Blessed Death. Whitesnake. I was just reading Dallas's comment about Whitesnake. I didn't say Whitesnake. I meant to say COC. COC didn't make it to this show. This was one of the coldest days I remember in my life. There was a massive snowstorm that day. This was a place called the Concert Hall where you used to line up. It was general admission, one of the best concert venues ever. and used to line up outside for a couple of hours to get a good spot. And I think COC got I think it was weather issues, they couldn't make it or something. I remember the singer from Ludacris, who was the singer for Scatterbrain, made a joke about they, when they started the band, they were a 5-piece, but now they're a 3-piece because they got lost 2 guys got lost in the snow or something. Motley Crue and Whitesnake was Dallas's first concert. I think we talked about that when we were hanging out, in November. I saw them that tour also in October. It was October 25th. Some dates I remember, some dates I don't. Um and this is what I'm really happy with. This will be maybe I'll show one more. This was Venom, Slayer, and Razor in March 1985, March 31st. This was the same day as the first WrestleMania. Um, Now you can see on the back it was signed by in red, the red signature at the top is Dave Lombardo. The bottom one you can probably make out is Kerry King, and the blue one up there is Hanneman. We met, it was my friend Jeff Simpson and I, we met all of them separately, at the concert. They came out after their set. Remember Kerry King was a dick. I was like 15 and I said, "Oh, are you Kerry King?" And I think he looked around and he said, "Who wants to know?" Or that is some stupid shit like that. So this was cool. Now, so they all signed it, all those 3 guys from Slayer, except Tom Arai, we didn't meet him. And then I saw Venom in Mexico City in 2015 or 2016. I know Damien is a massive Venom fan. I don't know if he knows about this. This is Kronos' signature on the front. So I met him when they played in Mexico City in 2015 or 2016. So, I took this with me just in case I met him, and I did. Actually, I think it was somebody who hooked me up to meet him. So I told him that I was at this concert, and, to be honest, he didn't really care. He wasn't the friendliest guy, Kronos. Seemed like he couldn't have given a shit about too much. So anyways, that's Kronos' signature on the front and, the three of the 4 Slayer guys on the back. And I can't show. I have hundreds here. I can't show them all. Let me see if there's another old one. Here's my first Iron Maiden concert, World Slavery Tour, Power Slave Tour, November 30th, 1984 at Maple Leaf Gardens with Twisted Sister. And a more modern one, here's Billy Joel in Mexico City. This was just a couple of days before the pandemic officially became a pandemic. This concert was on a Friday. I think it was on the Tuesday the following week that everything got shut down. Um, here's another kind of interesting one. This was Cardiel and American Sharks. This is just written on a piece of paper. They just wrote the name and the name of the band and the price on a piece of paper. Anything else interesting? Here's a non-music one. This will be the last one, then I'll move on. Andrew Dice Clay in Las Vegas. I saw Dice Clay at the Stardust Hotel in Las Vegas in 2002. That was with Lilia, my ex-wife. At that time, we were just dating, I guess, if you call it dating, if you're in the 50s. And we went to Las Vegas. She was living in Mexico, where I live now in Cuernavaca, and I lived in Toronto, and we flew to Las Vegas together, and we went to see Dice Clay. I've seen Dice Clay 2 or 3 times. So that's it. That's for Kirk. And here's a cool one. There's Exciter, New Year's Eve in Toronto in 2019. Yeah. And here's how David Copperfield. I saw David Copperfield in Toronto in 1991 with my girlfriend at the time. That girl was smoking hot. My God. Anyway, yeah. So there we go. And here's my most recent one. I guess this was Exodus a couple of weeks ago in Mexico. They print really big tickets in Mexico. And I have all my old IDs. Now, hold on. Is there anything interesting I can show? If you want to see, here I am, a young metalhead. This is my school ID in 1984. And if you can see, I know the light is not good. I'm wearing an Aussie shirt. That was the Aussie shirt that I got at that concert that I mentioned a few minutes ago. That was a bootleg shirt. Even back then, I was buying bootleg shirts. So that's my Aussie Bark at the Moon bootleg shirt. It was one of those raglan shirts with a three-quarter sleeve um, that were so popular back then, but it was blue sleeves. Oh, and here's one. This is a cool one too. This is from '85. My first Metallica shirt. I got that. I saw Metallica in January 19th, '85, and I got that shirt. And this concert was, I mean, this ID was taken at the beginning of the school year in 1985. So this would have been September '85. So there I am with my first ever Metallica shirt, 1985. Anthrax and Megadeth shirts for Joseph. All right. Anything else interesting metal related? I keep all my old IDs of everything. Um, some recent ones from schools that I've worked at here. Uh, oh, one more. This was you can't really make this out. This was my school library card from 1985. I don't know if you can make it out, but I'm wearing a Kiss Asylum shirt. See if there, that's a you can see the Kiss in blue. Iron Maiden shirt. When did you have that Iron Maiden shirt, Kirk? For a school ID? Oh, and some maybe Kirk will appreciate this. When I was in Hollywood in 1989 when I met Axel, we went to the Seventh Veil. This was we're in Motley Crue. Okay, school ID. In Vince Neil raising hell at the Seventh Veil and girls, girls, girls. We went to the Seventh Veil and saw some naked ladies there. Topless. I don't think they weren't full naked. And something else cool. I'll show one last thing. If anybody knows the Cat House, Kirk, I know for sure knows the Cat House, and I'm sure Damien, maybe Dallas, which was Tammy Down from Faster Pussycat. That was his club that he owned with Ricky Rockman. This is my membership card for the Cat House. I went there a couple of times in 1989 and still have my membership card. Pretty cool. That's why you shouldn't throw things away. I've thrown a lot of things away over the years that I wish I still had them, and it has all the pertinent information on the back. It has an expiry date. If you can see, the expiry date is August 1st, 1989. I'm not sure what would happen or what would have happened if you tried to go to the Cat House after August 1st, 1989. Anything else noteworthy? No, I think that's it. Oh, now this is cool. This is my Kiss when Kiss did the Kiss convention tour in 1995, the summer of 95, and they did all the unplugged sets. This is my pass on that. I met Gene. He signed the back of it, and also I got a picture with Gene, a selfie. Gene, I gave him my camera, and he took a selfie in 1995. That's one of the best shows I've ever seen. I had such a good time. And if you watch that show, it's on YouTube. If you watch the Toronto Kiss Convention show, before they do Let Me Know, you see, I can't remember if it's Gene or Paul. I think it's Gene. He looks out in the audience like this and points because they were taking requests. And I wrote a big sign saying, Let Me Know. I really wanted to hear Let Me Know. And I stood up and I showed it. It was in like the ballroom of the okay. Rat Rock went to the one in New York. Man, those are so good. And so I held up a sign saying, Let me know. And Gene looked at me, pointed at me, and then started, dun, 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 and then they came and they played it. That made me very, very happy. Uh, Paul was not friendly. I've heard mixed things about Paul. I know he can be a little bit cold. And actually, I met Paul too, very, very briefly at that aforementioned um, Kiss, Whitesnake, Slaughter, and Faster Pussycat show. I met Paul very, very briefly. We left. My friend and I left before Whitesnake. We stayed for one or two Whitesnake songs, and we were hanging out the back. This was an outdoor venue, and a girl. I met a girl, and she had a backstage pass, like one of the sticky ones, not like a lanyard, but one that you stick like on your jacket or whatever. And she for some reason gave it to me. So I went kind of in the backstage area outdoors and Kiss was, I guess, just getting on the bus. And I saw Paul and I said, Hey, Paul. And he just, I remember he looked at me and I think his exact words were, Hey, how you doing? That's all. That's it. Hey, how you doing? That was it. I don't know what else to expect. Um, Alright, anything else? Now, who was asking? Was it Joseph was asking to show my media collection, or was that Rat Rock? I can't really show that. I mean, I'm looking at it here. I have all the seasons of Seinfeld on DVD when you used to buy DVDs. I have all the seasons of Sopranos on DVD. I have Simpsons up to season probably around season 10 or 11, 12. Um, oh, yeah, I saw Gene doing that boost signing. Okay, it was Rat Rock that asked about that. And of course, yeah, people were calling Gene out for his, he's so anti-alcohol, but he's plugging wine and Kiss Cold Gin and Black Diamond rum and things like that. But all right, yeah, I maybe could do that longer if I would have to organize some stuff. So getting back to Rat Rock about the media. So I have all. Oh, my cats are a pain in the ass sometimes. I love my cat though. I have all the Kissology DVDs. I have a lot of music DVDs. I have the a lot of Pearl Jam, Iron Maiden, Kiss. Uh, Thank you for watching, and really, thank you. I honestly wasn't sure if any was gonna come was gonna show up or not. Um, yeah, he's a businessman. Um, what else? And CDs. Somebody some time ago asked for me to do a tour of all the CDs. I have probably 250 maybe around. I don't know how interesting it is to see all the CDs, but that's pared down from 1,000. Kiss Exposed. I had that. I got Kiss Exposed. Let me tell a story about Kiss Exposed. Dwayne is asking about that. I remember when that came out in 1986. That was a big deal when these home videos came out. I had Motley Crue Uncensored, Kiss Exposed. Um, what else did I have there? I can't. Let me. This cat is driving me nuts. And oh my god, I used to watch Kiss Exposed religiously. I memorized every. It's very unique. Looking, I watched it a year or two ago. I hadn't seen it for a long time. It's very unique the way that it's obviously scripted and kind of funny and corny. But some of the stuff in there, I think for a lot of people that would be um that for me it was, and probably for a lot of Kiss fans, the first time that we saw a lot of that old footage. I think that was the first time I'd ever seen Gene spitting blood, and it's one of the best ones on Kiss Exposed. I'd seen pictures of it. I'd seen it live. Just a minute. But I had never seen it on video from the old days. Man, oh man, that was good. But I guess Kiss Exposed is on 4 cats. No, I've never had 4. I've had 4 in my life, but I've never had 4 at one time, just 1. I've had 2. I had a mother and her daughter, but that's it. Kiss Exposed, I think, is on one of the Kissology DVDs. I downloaded a torrent of it, as I said, a year or 2 ago. But man, Kiss Exposed is one of my favorite. Oh, and I also had the Kiss Animalized Live Uncensored. Watch that all the time, from Cobo Hall or Cobo Arena. Um, I used to love watching those. Eric Carr sang "Young and Wasted." They played all the songs very fast, which according to Paul was Gene's. Gene wanted to play. He thought it would be more metal or more. Gene was always chasing the trends. Kiss Exposed is not on Kissology. I thought it was. Maybe that's why I downloaded a torrent of it. Um, Man, oh man, that was good. Pantera DVDs. I have all of those too. Videos from Hell. It was the first one. It was 3 Watch It Go. Oh, Vulgar Videos. 3 Watch It Go. Yeah, I have all those too. I have all those on DVD. I was kind of thought it sucked that Pantera never put out a proper live video. They had the Vulgar video and 3 Watch It Go videos, but that was, more hijinks and not too much live stuff on there. They I wish they had a real true live video DVD. Let me take a sip. Can anybody guess what I'm drinking? Any guesses? Only the faithful would know what I'm drinking. It's not, I don't care if anybody gives an answer or not. It's not coffee. I've never had a cup of coffee in my life. Can't stand coffee. No, it's not a latte, it's just hot chocolate, and I put the 4 I get it at the store beside my house, and they have these little cream the blood of Christ, no, I filled up on that, this morning, so I'm full of blood of Christ, so I switched to hot chocolate. They have these little creamers, they have French vanilla, caramel it's like a caramel milk, and, not chestnut, what's that nut? Not these nuts, what's it called? Not acorn, what is that nut called? The little round one. Um, Not pecan. What the hell is the name of that nut? Hazelnut. Yes, it's a hazelnut. Yeah, they also has little hazelnut creamers. This one I put in French vanilla. So this is French vanilla creamers and hot chocolate. All right. Hazelnut and filbert, two nuts named after with women's names. That's a George Costanza observation. If anybody knows Costanza or Seinfeld. Uh, yeah, doctors recommend 2 glasses of blood. I cut down on my blood of Christ. I used to be a big blood of Christ drinker, but I'm getting too old for it now. Um, Dallas seems to be allergic, I guess, to hazelnut. Are you allergic to these nuts, Dallas? All right, what else? Anybody else? Any requests for El Chopo? I do have I have I keep a document. I have an app on my phone, a document app, and I have written some notes on there. These are the stupid notes that I read on my phone. This is a glimpse. Just a minute. I think the brightness is too strong. Uh, these are the make sure there's nothing on there that's incriminating or stupid looking. No, it's set lists from concerts I've been to. I read the set list. So you can see the top one is El Chopo video request. Now you can see I created that on December 18th. And that was Fernando says Prague related stuff. Let me add that. This is what I have so far. That's the request that I've got. That's political stuff. Three requests from Max Bauer. Political stuff. He wanted to see more political stuff, anime and reggae stuff. Um, and then Anthrax. There was somebody who requested to see some Anthrax shirts. So let me write this. Fernando wants to see some Prague. All right, Fernando, your request is added to the list. I'm not sure how to go about that. I'm not like I mean, there's it's not like a section where they it's not like this section is thrash, this section is classic rock. Um anything in particular? Like when I think of Prague, and what exactly is Prague? Is it just really long songs? Like Yes is Prague, I guess. Dream Theater is Dream Theater is Prague. Even I guess more modern day Iron Maiden, I know is maybe considered Prague. King Crimson. Um, yeah, good point by Dallas. Yeah, I maybe probably shouldn't show swastikas or maybe I shouldn't even say that word. Um, or the N word, not the not the NI word, the NA word. Shouldn't say either of those. Um, some good vinyl footage. As I said, Dwayne, I'm gonna try to get this is between me and Dwayne, although you're all welcome to listen to this. I'm gonna try to get Dwayne knows that I saw a Japanese version of Rock and Roll Over last time I was there, and I didn't buy it with the gatefold, which I know Dwayne acquired himself shortly after I saw that. So I'll try to get that. The same guy had Love Gun, and he had another Kiss LP. I can't remember which one it was. My idea is probably to buy Genesis Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. And the lamb lies down on Broadway. That's a good song. That's Peter Gabriel era. I maybe have seen one Genesis shirt there. I think it was might have been Duke, or maybe I saw the Duke LP. I can't remember. Um, but anyway, I do want to get my goal. I don't know if I could call it a goal. I hope to get all the original Kiss records up to Unmasked with on vinyl on the records, the LPs. Uh, get the Gatefold Kiss record. If the guys, it's not that the the record will still be there. I mean, maybe the guy's had it for 10 years. I'm sure nobody has bought it in the last month or 3 weeks since I was there. The problem could be finding the actual guy who has it because they're always in the same spot, but there's so many people there selling things, and they all look the same. And I always it catches my kiss. I should give advice to these El Chopo guys. Put Kiss at the front, and that'll attract my attention. The as with Dwayne saw when the originals when I was at El Chopo a month ago or more, 5 weeks ago or something, that caught my eye, and then that looks you to. Fernando's asking if I've seen Frank Zappa shirts. Possibly. There's one guy. Hello, Gerardo, Transmetal. They were there recently, I think. They were on, I think, Radio El Chopo. I think I've never met them. I wouldn't even if they could be sitting in my living room right here and I wouldn't even know them. Um, what was I talking about? Oh, Frank Zappa. There's a guy, Dallas bought a shirt there, a Frida Kahlo shirt. It's Frida Kahlo's the classic Frida Kahlo face with the David Bowie lightning bolt across it. And that guy, he has some really cool and unique shirts. He has like Grand Funk, um, Daniel Johnson, some like 70s bands that like the Doors that nobody else has. He might have Frank Zappa. Uh, what is potatoes? Am I missing something here? Oh, meat is the meat and potatoes. Ah, okay. Ha. Yeah, I'll get that. Well, again, if I see it, okay, or anything cool, Kiss. If I see any cool, like this dirty living Casablanca disco, I'll get that. What else? Any other requests? Any other anything that anybody wants to talk about or ask about? My channel, YouTube, um, El Chopo, my visits, whatever you like. Because I know when I watch videos, um, quality of the shirts. Everybody asked me that. Let me tell a little. Let me go into detail about that. I've talked about this many times in many videos when I've done my bootleg merch tours. Um, and where can I start with this? For me, the quality is it's not the quality is the same. The shirts are identical. There's a brand of shirt. If you look at the label, there's a brand of shirts in Mexico called Yazbek, and I bought an Iron Maiden official Iron Maiden shirt in 2008 or 2009, and it was Yazbek. It was literally the exact same shirt as the bootlegs, but it's just official and it costs 3 or 4 times more. Now it depends. Some people have different standards for t-shirts. I don't really like the thick, heavy shirts because I live somewhere where it's pretty hot. So I like the thinner ones. I like the ones that are like a little like poly cotton. I like that better than pure cotton. Some of them fit a little bit bigger, some of them fit a little bit smaller. I bought a Foo Fighters shirt in medium that fits like almost like an extra large. It's huge. Um, and I have some small that fit when I was at the Exodus show a couple of weeks ago, a guy gave me a Warsenal shirt. It's a band from Canada, from Montreal called Warsenal. He said, I want to give you a shirt, but I only have small. I said, "Oh, okay." And I wore that. I wore that hiking a couple of weeks ago, and it's small and it fits well. But the quality, Dallas can attest to this. Damien can attest to this. Quality is excellent. Like, honestly, I have bought a few official shirts, including Iron Maiden, which are super expensive. One Iron Maiden shirt I bought, the print was quite off center, and that was an official one, and it was off center. Another one Iron Maiden shirt I bought. What was the problem? Oh, the actual shirt itself, after I washed it, got it was really stretched. It became instead of fitting me like this, it fit me like this. It it kind of like it didn't shrink, but the sides got really, really wide. It really lost its shape, and those are official shirts. Yeah, Damien says quality is 10 out of 10. Dallas quality is pretty good. They're all a little bit different. It depends on the brand because I've been buying these for a long time. Um, there are some brands I like better. I think this shirt that I'm wearing now, I like it. This fits a little bit tighter. I like my shirts a little bit tighter to show off my muscles or my olive oil arms. Um, now there's two things. There's the shirts themselves and the print. And some of the print, obviously, some of them are really, really. Most of them are really good. Um, There are some that are not good. Some of them are kind of off, the logo looks a little bit squished or a little bit stretched, or it just doesn't look right. But overall quality is fantastic. I've bought, literally hundreds of shirts over the years, and I've been disappointed very, very, very few times. Somebody asked, Yomero, do I like Pantera? I love Pantera. I did a video about 2 years ago. I went through all the Pantera records. Love them. For me, they're the band that kind of got me through the 90s. I would say them and Goldfinger. I've mentioned that before. Yeah, huge Pantera fan. Love Pantera. Not the shitty Pantera, not the pre up starting at Cowboys from Hell. For me, that was when Pantera became a band. I knew them before then, didn't like them, and still don't like them. Um, Better than Bulgaria. I don't know. Now, also, I mentioned earlier. No, I didn't mention this earlier. I was replying to a comment earlier. I was wearing yesterday an Eddie Van Halen toque, a hat, 'cause it was really cold yesterday. I was up hiking at about 4,000 meters, over 13,000 feet, and it was really cold. It was maybe 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. And I was wearing an Eddie Van Halen toque. I got that from AliExpress, and I've got tons of shirts. Dwayne knows about this. I've got tons of shirts from AliExpress. Those are fantastic quality. I love those. So Bulgaria, I don't know. I've heard about that there's a Bulgarian a big distributor. I don't know if it's one or if there are many. Um, but I have heard I can't compare. But these AliExpress shirts come from China, and they're excellent quality. A little bit smaller, but as I said, I like them like that. Really, really good color, and I like the quality of the shirts. Um, Senderismo. Okay, Fernando is asking about Iztaccíhuatl, which is a volcano about 70 or 80 kilometers from me. It's 5,230 meters, which is 17,000 something feet. I have done that. I've been to the summit of that one. I did that in 2009. Very, very difficult. Very, very hard to breathe. I couldn't walk. I'm in much. That was 14 years ago. 14 years ago. I'm in much, even though I'm 14 years older, I'm in much better shape. If I did Iztaccíhuatl now, I could do it much better. So I did do it, and there are videos, Fernando. If you search for Dan Bowski Iztaccíhuatl, you will find videos of me doing Iztaccíhuatl in 2009. Fantastic. I want to do Pico de Orizaba next. That's the highest peak in Mexico. It's almost 6,000 meters, I think, 19,000 feet, something like that. Um, yeah, so I hope to do Pico de Orizaba. My friend and I, Eric, that I go hiking with, we always say we're going to do it next year, and then we, forget, or I don't know, something comes up. But I did yesterday Ajusco. If that question, Fernando, Fernando, I did Ajusco yesterday. I think I mentioned that. Let's see. Dallas is telling Rat take a quick trip to Mexico City and El Chopo. Yeah, Dallas and I talked about this when we were there in November. It's just an awesome place. Like, I think even my mother would love El Chopo. It's just that I mean, I've only been in 3 countries in my life, so I don't know if this is accurate to say, but I feel like there's nowhere else in the world that's like El Chopo. That I think even if you don't buy anything, and I've probably been there 15, 20 times since I've lived here, and there have been a couple times where I haven't bought anything, but I've never walked out or walked away from El Chopo disappointed, like thinking, that sucked. It just feels good for me to be around metal and music fans, and everybody's cool except the dicks, like Damien mentioned earlier, who tell me to stop filming. And you'll see other videos. There are other videos of El Chopo, people having the same problem. Um, it's just a really, really cool place and big. I don't know if people maybe underestimate how big it is. I don't know how it looks in videos, and maybe I'm overselling it. Maybe if you went, you'd say, "Oh, it's not as big as I thought." But it's awesome. Um, can you hear me? Fernando says there's a problem. Can everybody hear me? Any feedback? Not feedback from the mic. How's the audio? Check, check. Is it breaking up? I'm not sure why. Okay, Kirk says he can hear me loud and clear. Okay. I think we're okay? Alright. Um, what did I miss here? Oh, Kirk asked me how many hikes do I do a week? Typically 1 a week. Kirk has asked before about Eric. Eric and I typically go on Mondays. Um Although I also almost every not I try to do it every day. I don't always get a chance to do it. I go for walks every day, minimum 5 kilometers. Okay, sound is good. 65 minutes, including what I did today. Let me share something with everybody here. This is something I've kept for about 18 years. I have a walking log. Now, what I do, I'm really oh, and by the way, there's an AliExpress notification that I ordered from AliExpress yesterday and my order shipped. So I've got some I think I ordered 9 shirts from AliExpress yesterday. Um this is my now if you can see, here's my walking log 2022, walking log 2021. I do this weird thing. I write the date, I write the temperature, how many minutes I walked, how many steps that was, how long it was, and the music that I listened to. So you can see last year, 2022, my first walk of the year was January 5th. It was 26 degrees. I walked for 71 minutes, which is 7,810 steps, 5.47 kilometers. And I listened to Gene Simmons' album from 1978 and Dressed to Kill. It is a diary. My last walk of 2022 was, if you see there, December 28th. Trying to get reflection. I walked for 81 minutes, which was 6.24 kilometers, and I listened to Contagious by Y&T. And you can see I also listened to In Rock We Trust by Y&T the day before. And today on my walk, I listened to Black Tiger. So I've been on a Y&T kick these days. So if you want to see the music I've been listening to there, you can see Green Day. A lot of them are albums that I do the I want to talk about this album. I listen to it. So what else is there? Green Day, Slaughter, Slaughter, the death metal band, not Mark Slaughter, Nine Inch Nails, Badlands, Aerosmith, Exodus, Earth, Wind and Fire, Cassius King, Brant Bjork, Helmet, Godzilla Motor Company, Daniel Cage, Guns N' Roses, Warrant, Iron Maiden, Bullet Boys. That's what I've been listening to in the last month or so. Uh, who is Rat Rock says phenomenal album. Who are you talking about? Rat Rock, phenomenal album and band. Oh, Y&T probably, right? I'll take this opportunity to drink. Mm. Yeah, Y&T. Maybe I'll do a Y&T episode. I want to talk about this album at some point. I saw them once open for Motley Crue in 1985. Which if I talk about them, I will talk about that. Yeah, so I've been on a Y&T kick in the last few days. So getting back to Kirk's question, let me get to Pink Floyd in a minute. I'm trying to keep track. Getting back to Kirk's question. So I hike once a week. If I miss a few weeks when I have my eye trouble, I missed a couple of weeks. Obviously, when I take a vacation, I'm not hiking, although I do go for really, really long walks. I walk 22 kilometers one day on my vacation in October. And then I try to go for these 5 to 6 kilometer walks, 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 or 6 times a day. Uh, Marco says Pink Floyd. If you're asking if I like Pink Floyd, no, don't dislike them. I just never got into Pink Floyd. I know the hits. I know, Comfortably Numb and Another Brick in the Wall and Mother. Maybe a couple of others, but that's it. Never get into Pink Floyd. Just not my style. Fernando's asking, "Oh, Death did God of Thunder." I don't think I've ever heard that one. I thought I've heard all Kiss cover versions. I don't think I've ever heard it. I probably won't like it. I don't like Death. I don't really like death metal, but I should check that out. Yeah, Dwayne likes The Wall. Yeah, I think a lot of people that's one of the biggest albums ever. But and actually at that time in like I guess 1980 around there. I actually hated Pink Floyd. I talked about this kind of with Led Zeppelin. I saw these guys as old guys, and at that time, I just wanted to listen to Kiss and Van Halen and Iron Maiden and Black Sabbath, even though Black Sabbath, I guess, was just as old as or had been around as long as Pink Floyd. But I saw Pink Floyd as the old guys and just never had any interest. Y&T was a great live show. Yeah, I wish I'd seen them more than once. And now that we're talking about that, maybe there's some things I should hold back on about Y&T. Not because they're bad, but just I want to have something to talk about if I do end up talking about their album. All right, so Dallas says Entombed also did God of Thunder. All right, Dwayne says he smoked his first joint to the wall in 1992. What I want to know is when did you smoke your most recent joint and to what album or what music? This is not hot chocolate, it's tepid chocolate. Dwayne, I'm getting all these D names mixed up. Damien says Entombed is brutal. Good brutal or bad brutal? Probably bad. No, probably good. If it's Entombed, I guess brutal is good. Clarify, Damien. Oh, and while I'm waiting for Damien's 17 years since I've had one. Speaking of that, I've only ever smoked weed once in my life, and I was 26 years old. Other than that, I've never taken drugs in my life. Never got into it. Just smoked weed once when I was 16. Got really, really, really high, almost problematically high. Like had a great. I laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed nonstop for 4 or 5, 6 hours. There was literally a puddle of my tears. I'm not joking. Um, Sitting in my friend's garage, a puddle of tears on his garage floor from me laughing so hard. They actually were concerned. They were going to take me to a hospital because they thought there was something wrong with me because I couldn't stop laughing for many hours. Um, Down tune, yeah, I would think so. Yeah, that's a I guess not surprising that if a heavy band is going to cover Kiss, that they would do God of Thunder. Um, Angelina, oh, the first female enters the room. Cover yourself, Angelina. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable with this sausage fest. Welcome, Angelina. Maria Ramirez. Eres mexicana? Well, she's from California, but I assume Mexican American. Angelina. Look at Kirk breaking out the Spanish. Anyway, Angelina is asking about cassettes and vinyl. I've done that before. I'll maybe show more this weekend. I will be hunting for vinyl. This will be different. This will be my first trip to El Chopo. Got into the record game, so I'm going to be looking at that even more. Dominic, hello, Dominic. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for the nice words. You're her. Okay, her father is Mexican. All right. De nada, Angelina. All right. Oh, so Dallas and Damien are having a little side conversation. What was I saying? That's a good question. What attracted me about Mexico? Well, that may be if you're asking why what attracted me or why did I move here? Because that's kind of two different things. I'm talking to Fernando now. Clarify, Fernando, as I drink. Oh, why did I move there? Oh, and Kirk is asking if I'm yeah, I'll answer both of these. Fernando, why did I move to Mexico? And Kirk, if I work remotely. Um, I didn't really decide to move here. I moved here because this is a little bit of a long story, as they all tend to be. In 2000, the old days, it was not pre-internet, but very, very early internet. I met a girl named Lilia online. And it wasn't a dating site or, I wasn't looking for a girlfriend, she wasn't looking for a boyfriend. It was actually on a music site, and this is when kind of CD burners were just starting to, become popular, and this was before, social media, obviously, even before YouTube and before Spotify or anything like that. This was kind of the end of CDs. And so there used to be websites where people could trade CDs with people around the world. You would if you had all the Entomb CDs and I had all the obituary CDs, we could burn copies of them and mail them to each other. You would trade them straight up. And but also you could just go and talk about music. So this girl Lilia was there and she liked Kiss and I liked Kiss. Napster days, yeah, I used to love Napster, and I still use SoulSeek, including today. I use SoulSeek today. I downloaded Lost Tarantism by Tito and Tarantula. Um, I started using SoulSeek in 2004. Better than Napster. Just different. LimeWire, I used that very, very briefly. Didn't like it. I always had problems with it. Um, so I met this girl, Lily, and we both liked Kiss. And I remember I sent her a bunch of Black Sabbath CDs. I burned them for her and sent them to her. Anyway, and then we started talking. I mean, we talked on this forum or this message board, this website, whatever it was, and then started talking about I guess other things. We I guess kind of liked each other. And then we started talking in email. Remember when you used to have kind of email chains or conversations in email? And then we started talking on Messenger, not Facebook Messenger, but if anybody old remembers um I MSN Messenger, we used to talk on there just casually. Like if I was on and she was on at the same time, we would say hello to each other and talk. And then we started planning our talks. I would say, okay, I get home from work at this time. I'll be on. And she would say, okay, well, I get home from she was in university at the time. And, so we would agree to meet, and we started talking on the phone, which back then was very expensive, and then she flew to Toronto in July 2001, and we met in person in 2001, and then in 2002, in March, I flew here to visit her in Mexico City, and then also in 2002, as I mentioned some time ago, we went to Las Vegas together. Then I think she came to visit me again in 2002. We saw each other 3 times. She went to Las Vegas with my parents, I think in 2003 or 2004, because she was going there with her parents and my parents were going there, so they all met up together, which was kinda cool, kinda funny. I wasn't there, but Lily was there with her parents and my parents were there, so they all went out. And then, so we flew back and forth visiting each other for some years, and then I moved here in 2006. That's the short version of the long story. So I moved here, because of her, um, and getting because we got to a point where we thought, well, at that point we had been together, I guess, for 6 years, and we got to a point where we didn't say it out loud, but I guess both of us were thinking, what's the end here? I mean, how long are we expected to fly back and forth visiting each other? So, so she asked me or invited me, "Would you consider moving to Mexico and living with me?" And I said, "No." I really had no interest because I thought, why do I want to live in Mexico? What do it's not like living in the United States. This is a totally different language, different culture, very, very different. So I said, no, but then I thought, why not? And so I said, well, what would I do? And she said, you can, this is getting to Kirk's question. And I said, what can I do in Mexico? I don't speak the language. What can I do? She said, you can teach English. And I said, well, I'm not an English teacher. I don't have any experience in English. I don't have a degree. What can I do? And she said, it's Mexico. You can, it's very informal. And let me move this a little bit. Um, she said, you can work as a teacher. And I said, no, okay. And I trusted her, and she was right. So I started teaching here shortly after I moved here in 2006. I got a job teaching in a private school, and then I taught in schools for 12 years until 2017 or 2018. And then I started only teaching online. So before the pandemic. So I've been teaching English online. I've been teaching English now for 17 years and online for almost 5 years. So that hopefully answered Fernando's question and Kirk's question. And I tell people kind of as a joke, but it's kind of true because Lily and I separated like 5 years ago. And she's coming to me, by the way. She's coming with me to El Chopo. So expect to see her in the video. I think it's Dominic. If Dominic is still here, I think he has a little crush on Lily. So there you go, Dominic. If you're still around now, I'll have the video up on Sunday or Monday from El Chopo, and you will see Lily in that. I was going to say something else. I don't know, but oh yeah, oh I know what I was going to say. So I moved here because of Lilia. But I stay here because of the good weather and the good food. Me and in my city here, where I live in Cuernavaca, we have 300. They say we average 350 days a year of sunshine. And if you don't know, there are 365 days in a year, so 350 out of 365. Quick math tells me that that's only 15 days a year where we don't see the sun. So, and that really, really, I talked about this with Dallas when we were hanging out when he came here in November, that it really, really mentally makes a big difference. Everybody knows if you come from a cold place, a cold country, a cold city, whatever, um, everybody wants to come to Mexico or Jamaica or, somewhere hot in the winter because it's cold and it's nice to get out of the cold. But it took me a few years to realize how much that really improves your life. It's just nice waking up every day to sunshine, not having to shovel snow by starting the day, shoveling snow, breaking your back, going outside in the cold. Um, and also just making plans. I know when I go to El Chopo on Saturday, I know that it's going to be sunny and warm and it's gonna be a nice day. I don't have to check the weather forecast, I just know it. So it's nice to never have to, you know, s on a Tuesday, you say to your friend, "Hey, let's go golfing this weekend," or "Let's go hiking," or "Go on a picnic," or "Go to the beach." And then it rains or it snows or whatever. Well, hopefully not snow if you had plans to go to the beach. But you have to, you have to adjust your plans all the time when you live, yeah, and Dominic is in Seattle. So he gets the rain all the time, and you're constantly changing plans, and here in Mexico, I never have to cancel my plans. I've never in all the years I've hiked, I've never had to cancel a hike. We've changed hikes at the last minute because it looked like it was gonna rain, so we did something a little bit closer or something that maybe we had a plan to do something new, but we thought if it's gonna rain, um maybe we don't wanna go to a new place, so let's try, one that we've done before. So anyway, yeah, weather is a massive, massive factor of me living here, and even after Lily and I split in 2018, I still stayed here. I think probably some of my friends and maybe some of my family assumed that I would stay, I mean, that I would come back to Mexico, I guess thinking, "Well, you move there because of her, and if she's not in the picture, w I guess you're not staying there, you're gonna come home." But at that point, I had lived here for 12 years, and I've lived here now for 17 years, and when you live in a place that long, it becomes your home, and, I mean, I guess even if I wanted to, it would be hard to go back to Canada. I don't have a job there, I don't have a car, a place to live. When I first moved here, I thought it would be kind of temporary. I thought Lily and I would break up probably at some point. Everybody breaks up at some point, right? You have 10, 20 girlfriends or boyfriends in your life, and you only marry 1, maybe 2 of them. Um, so so when I moved here, I just brought 2 bags of stuff. I brought some T-shirts, some CDs, and a few other things. And then every time I went back to Canada, I came back and I brought more and more things. So I've moved a lot of my stuff, smaller things here over the years. And now I've got a cat here who's settled in after her rambunctious behavior. I've got a cat. I've got 3 dogs. Kind of, I take care of some street dogs. They're actually outside sleeping outside on my balcony right now. I've got a refrigerator, big TV, furniture, record player. I got a lot of stuff, so all my stuff. So my life here. Um, Let me see. Dominic says, yeah, not Halloween. We got rain. That was Dia de Muertos, the day after Halloween, November 1st. We got rain, which was the last rain until it rained on Christmas Day. It rained on Saturday night. I was at Lilia's family's house for Christmas, and we were getting ready to leave. Oh yeah, Dwayne knows. Yeah, it's one of them is a pit bull. He got neutered today. Somebody took him to get neutered. He's the nicest dog with me, but he could be a little bit aggressive towards people when they walk past my house. He's very protective. Classic pit bull, I guess. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so it rained. I was at Lily's family's house on Christmas Day, and we were getting ready to leave. Lily and I live very, very close together, just a 3 or 4 minute drive away from each other. So as we started driving home, it started to rain, and I thought, shit, I hope it doesn't rain too much because I left my windows open, not thinking it was going to rain. And then my new record player, which I'd only had at that point for 3 days, was right beside the window. So I thought, man, if it rains and if it's windy, my record player is going to get wet. Um, so yeah, it rained on November 1st, which was a holiday, and then again on December 25th, which is a holiday. So that's it. So rain only twice in the last 2 months. Dominic is asking, will Mexico City get an NHL team? I doubt it. I've seen talk recently about getting an NBA team because they played a game here, an NBA game here, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was I can't remember who it was, the Spurs and the Heat, maybe something like that. And so that created some talk even in American media about a team in Mexico City. I just can't imagine it happening. Like, yeah, they say, wow, there were 20,000 people there. Yeah, but that's a special occasion. I can't imagine that they could justify. I don't think it's sustainable to play in Mexico City. Um, not to mention the logistics of traveling and everything. I don't think I don't think Mexico City will or should ever get one of the four major sports franchises: NHL, NFL, NBA, or Major League Baseball. Although I think Kirk said he's coming to Mexico. The Padres are playing. Is it the Giants in Mexico City in May, a regular season game? Uh, will Toronto get an NFL team? That talk is dead. Okay, yeah, Giants and Padres. There was talk when I lived in Toronto about getting the Bills, and if anybody remembers, and I'm a big Bills fan, and I was watching the game last night when uh, Damar Hamlin got he didn't get injured, he almost died, and maybe still will die. I was watching that. Um, but there was talk of the Bills moving to Toronto, and they did move to Toronto in the early 2000s. They played, I think, half their home games in Toronto. I think that talk is dead. Um, CFL is good. I like CFL. Actually, I would say as a game itself, the CFL game is better than NFL. NFL has better talent. The players are much, much better, stronger, faster, better everything. Um, but CFL, the rules in the CFL and just the game, bigger field, more passing, more space, more motion, more scoring opportunities. CFL has an awesome game. I'd love to see the NFL with CFL rules. What else do we have here? Fernando's, do you have any customs? Oh, good question. Do I have any customs or behavior adopted from Mexican people? Yeah, stealing, driving poorly, um, what else? And I'm kind of joking, but also kind of not. Um, yeah, you know what? There are some. I really, really like that Mexico has so many yeah, 3 downs in the CFL, so which means there's more passing, not as much of a run game. Um, I love the thank you. You know, in Mexico they do this to say thank you or this to say yes, which is good. I can say so if you're eating or drinking or your mouth is otherwise occupied, you can say yes by doing this. Um, this when something is expensive, if something is a lot of money, you do this. Or this if something is cheap. Like I remember some kid. I was with Lilia once at a bar or somewhere, and this kid came around selling flowers. And Dallas knows about in Mexico, everybody is always, and this is not bad, but it's just a fact. Everybody's always trying to sell something. And some kid came up and asked me if I wanted to buy a flower for my girl. And I said, "No, thanks." And he went like this to me. He said I was cheap, that I was cheap to buy a flower. And this for hugs, if you want to, obviously everybody knows this for kissing, but this is like, to send hugs to somebody. I've also learned this, las cremas, if anybody knows that. Um, I use some of those more than others. I use this all the time, the thank you, and this uh, almost every day. It feels like I use those. So, and other things that I've adopted from Mexican behavior, um, possibly. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but it's possible. Uh, do the earthquakes bother me? That's a great question. And this is kind of weird. I've never really talked about this with anybody before. Not because it's like shameful or embarrassing, just it's just not something. I actually have I wouldn't say nightmares about earthquakes, but I have had nightmares about earthquake, not nightmares, but I wake up and there have been times where I've thought, was that an earthquake? I swear I feel something. And now when I lived in another house, there used to be a bus that drove past our house, literally like 3 meters from our bedroom window, a big bus, a city bus. And it was a very small street, and some of them were really loud. And sometimes it rattled the windows, and sometimes I thought that, I thought, "Is that an earthquake?" So, does it bother me? I wouldn't say it bothers me, but it has crept into my psyche. Earthquakes have crept into my psyche, and especially when in, September, there were a couple of earthquakes in September. Actually, you know what? There was an earthquake I've mentioned a couple times in this video. I saw Exodus a few weeks ago, and that I stayed in a hotel, and I was going home the next day, and I was waiting for the subway, and I thought I felt the earth moving. And I can't remember if I thought there was an earthquake, but I did notice. I thought, oh, the ground is moving, but I thought it was the train coming in. And then when I got to the station to transfer at Chabacano, the train was there waiting. I got on it, and we stood there, and the train stayed there for about 10 minutes, and the train on the other track was also stayed there, but I didn't know why. And I was thinking, what the hell is going on here? And then it was around that time, or shortly after, I got a message from Lilia, and she said, "Dude, did you feel that earthquake?" And I said, "When?" And she said, like 15 minutes ago or something." And I said, "Where was I?" And I said, "Ah, yeah, I remember that." So that was what I felt. Was when I was waiting for the subway was an earthquake. Yeah. So doesn't bother me, but yeah, they do. If I lived in Mexico City, I'm sure it would bother me more. Yeah, but living in Cuernavaca, it's not too bad. I have felt since I've lived here, I think I've lost track. I think I've felt around 12 to 15 earthquakes of different magnitudes. Some of them I felt really, really strong. There was one that killed 400 or 500 people. That was horrible. I did a video of that. That was a true reaction video. As soon as the earthquake ended, I took a video of it. Um, and a couple of other ones. I was in. I think it was about 2 years ago. I was in a call on my laptop in a class, giving a class with a guy from Japan, and there was an earthquake. He said he could hear it. That was probably the second worst one that I felt. I remember that was around 8:30 at night. I think it was on a Tuesday, and that lasted for 40, 45 seconds. And I saw some of my neighbors going outside. I stayed in here talking to the guy from Japan. Um, but yeah, yeah. So I felt some pretty strong earthquakes. Um, Dominic says, "Oh, what's up with the no recording in El Chopo now?" It's not now. I've put up with that for and actually I see here Lily sent me a message. Speak of the devil, I guess. Ha, all I see from her message is Jesus Christ. So I guess if I read the whole thing, she's probably, oh, I know what that's in response. So I told her something, and that's her response, Jesus Christ. It was some guys, they threw water on these street dogs. I sent her a message saying these fucking guys outside just threw a bucket of water on my dogs. And so that's her reaction, Jesus Christ. That's a glimpse into my life. Yeah, the problem with El Chopo, it's always been like that. They told me years and years ago, don't record here. I talked about that earlier. I don't know if you were here at the time, Dominic, but those guys have always I don't know if it's always the same guys, I can't remember, but yeah, they've given me shit, and I've seen other videos from El Chopo, other people doing it where they've also been told to do it, so it's nothing new, and probably won't stop. I get it almost every time. Usually at the beginning, which could also be at the end. I mean, beginning in terms of location, not necessarily beginning of my day, but when you enter El Chopo, that's always where it is. No, it's okay, Dominic. Fernando says Aztec mine or some ancient cultures. Yeah, I like that all. I love one of my favorite places to visit other than El Chopo, generally speaking, is archaeological sites. I've been to all the main ones. I've been to Chichen Itza 2 or 3 times, I think twice. Excuse me, I've been to Teotihuacan probably maybe 10 times. I've been to Palenque. Um, what else have I been to? Tulum, I think I've been 3 times, 3 or 4 times. Uxmal I've been to. I went to a new one. I mean, it's not a new archaeological site, but new for me. I went to one called Xcambo in October. Well, another one called Mayapan. These are all Maya ones. Um, Teposteco here in Morelos, I've been to honestly probably close to 50 times. Um, yeah, I've been to a lot. And I'm probably missing some too. Oh, Xochicalco here also in Morelos. I've been there maybe 15 times. That's one of my favorites. So I love going to the archaeological sites. All right, Dwayne has to leave. Thank you, Dwayne. I'll talk to you later. Kirk says, "Where's my next trip?" I've not that I've been keeping this a secret, and if anybody's been paying attention, I've alluded to this briefly, and I was kind of coy about it, but I guess I'll tell you now. It's not a big secret. Um, I'm going to Vietnam next month. I bought a plane ticket to Vietnam in June last year, early June, and I'm going in February. It was like 8 months in advance, and I kind of didn't really forget about it. Kind of after the initial excitement of it wore off. Kirk says I mentioned it. I don't think I've mentioned Vietnam. I've mentioned that I was going away. Maybe I did mention Vietnam. Um, but yeah, so I'm going to Vietnam in February and Cambodia as well. Um, mostly Vietnam. Vietnam is it's like Vietnam is the headliner and Cambodia is the special guest. Meet up, Damien. Maybe we can put 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 our heads together and meet kind of not in the middle, but yeah, yeah. I told my friend when I bought my plane ticket, uh, he said, and everybody said, "Why are you going to Vietnam?" Which is kind of funny. You know, if I said I was going to Paris or Las Vegas or New York or Tokyo, people would say, "Oh, cool." But every single person, I swear, when I told them I was going to Vietnam, they said, "Why? Why?" Not in a judgmental way, but except my mother. My mother said, "Why?" Like that, like she was puzzled. Um, but that's what I want to say. When I was in Nam, all my stories are going to be with when I was in Nam. Uh, yeah, Damien says his brother went to Vietnam. My brother's been there too. My brother's been to North and the South. I'll be um, I'll be in the south of Vietnam, which is why I'm also going to Cambodia for 4 days. Um, Fernando says, "What do I think about Santa Muerte cult?" I have no idea what that is. Haven't got a clue. You'll have to give me give me some more info, uh, Fernando. And somebody asked, I missed the question here. Oh, somebody asked earlier. I saw it, but I didn't. Oh, it was Rat Rock. Have I ever been to a Lucha Libre show? Yeah. I haven't been to there's a main one in Mexico City at a place called Arena Mexico. That's like the legendary one where the if you see them on TV or in movies, I think it's there. I've never been to that one. But I have been to a couple of smaller ones here in Cuernavaca. Pretty fun. They were pretty fun, but, and I actually, I was supposed to go to one in Mexico City when I took this trip in October to Merida in Yucatan. My friend Dave was supposed to come with me, and we were gonna spend a few days in Mexico City, and we were gonna go there, but he had some problems the day before. He had to cancel his whole trip. Um, yeah, I remember Damien went to Arena Mexico. I think it was the day after we went to El Chopo, wasn't it, Damien, that you went to Arena Mexico? That gives me I ask questions so I can drink. Oh, the day before, okay. Oh, so it was a Friday. Yeah, I think they have them on Tuesday and Friday or something like that, and or Sunday and Friday, something like that? Okay. Um, and is it for sure, Damien? Are you coming here in May? Is that a fact, or is that more a hope as I try to finish my drink, which has gone from hot chocolate to tepid chocolate to cold chocolate? Oh, Damien has asked me if I went to see Raven. I've seen Raven twice. I saw Raven in 1988 and here in Toronto, and then I saw him in Mexico City in what was that? Just 3 years ago, maybe 2019. I guess it was. Yeah, yeah. So I've seen Raven twice. The hockey gear is long gone. That was uh, the old days. Oh, that's right, right, right. Yeah, yeah. That's right. Okay. Oh, Damien has a good memory. Sometimes I have a good memory for weird things, and then other stuff I don't remember at all. But yeah, okay, I saw Raven the night before. Yep, I remember Raven was on a Friday night. Yeah, and you came to my hotel and we met there and we went to El Chopo. Let's do that again in May. And is that happening for sure, Damien? Angelina is asking, do they still give me problems for recording in El Chopo? Almost every time. Yeah, and I honestly think, and I don't like to be the poor white guy, but I honestly think they tell foreigners more than Mexicans to not record. I'm not sure if they. I think it's like a machismo thing. I think these guys are that's them kind of flexing their muscles. You know, they want to show who's boss. Um, and I honestly I kind of even wonder if they really care or if they're just trying to establish themselves. But yeah, that happens a lot, and I would imagine that will happen again when I'm there on this Saturday coming up. And I'm looking for a place to eat. Lily and I wanted to. She sent me we send links to each other about places to eat or things like that. She sent me a link to an Arabic restaurant. No, Dominic. No, I'll get to Dominic's statement in a minute here. She sent me a link a couple of weeks ago to an Arabic restaurant in Mexico City called Arabe Miguel, I think it's. And I've never had Arabic food, and it looked really, really good. So I said, let's go there sometime. And they have a buffet. And I just checked today, as a matter of fact, but the buffet isn't on weekends. It's only Monday to Friday. So we're messaging earlier this morning about we're gonna go. We're gonna go. We might have Indian food. She said she wants something exotic. So we might have Indian food, Thai, maybe something like that. Um, Dallas, am I going to make videos from Vietnam? What do you think? Yes, of course. My simple videos, just you know, but yeah, of course, I'll home videos, I guess. Dominic says, "Oh, that it was because the bootlegs they were telling me not to film." No, no, no. It's very obvious. I mean, it's no secret that this stuff is all bootleg stuff, including, by the way, my Kiss rock and roll over watch. Oh no, you know what? I got this from no, this is not from El Chopo. This is from AliExpress to go with my Kiss Rock and Roll over shirt, which I did get at El Chopo. No, it's openly bootleg merchandise there, and it's not a problem. They don't care about that. Um, what else am I missing here? Thank you. Gracias a ti, Angelina. Um, and Fernanda, and I've never seen Angelina comment before. I wish she would. I need more female energy in my life other than Lilia. So, Angelina, please feel free to comment and send me your phone number. That is not such a bad thing. Maybe you're married. I shouldn't say that. Fernando says, getting back to music, do I like Cardiac, Zappa, Rock and Opposition? I have no idea who the Cardiacs are. I know who Frank Zappa is, and I was never a fan. Rock and Opposition. I also have no idea what that is. Dominic says Gene Simmons' head would explode. You know what? Let me tell you a story about Gene Simmons in Mexico. He played here in 2017 with his solo band, which was one of the, if not one of the best concerts I've ever seen, the best time I've ever had at a concert. because I was up close. I was about 2 or 3 rows back. It was a relatively small place. I think it was maybe a 2,000 capacity place. And so to see Gene Simmons so close, and he played like Charisma and some obscure Kiss songs, and oh man, I had such a good time. And at one point, somebody threw a T-shirt up on stage, and it was a bootleg, of course. And Gene, um, he held up, and of course, they're selling all the bootleg merch outside. And Gene mentioned how they're selling all his bootleg merch outside. So he took this shirt that somebody threw up on the stage. He shoved it down his pants, and he like wiped his ass with it or his balls. I don't know. I don't know. Can't remember if he put it in the front or the back. And then he he threw it out into the crowd, and he said something like that. That's what I think of bootleg. I honestly don't think he cares. I've mentioned before, both Pearl Jam and Metallica have mentioned the bootleg markets in their DVDs. In Mexico City, in Pearl Jam 20. Stone Gossard is drinking from a Pearl Jam coffee mug, and he says, "I got this at the bootleg out in Mexico City." And Metallica talks about that in their video from Mexico City. They did a little feature of all the bootleg merch. And I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before. When I saw Soundgarden in Mexico City in 2013, I was outside doing the bootleg merch tour and buying some stuff, and I saw some guys with radios, and it turned out that they were Soundgarden's crew, and they were on the radios with them. It was, I don't know if it was Chris Cornell or Matt Cameron or Kim Thayil or Ben Shepherd or who it was, but they were guys in the band. They were saying to the band, "Yeah, there's this one that they have black," and they were describing what the shirts was, and they were telling Soundgarden was telling their crew what they wanted to buy bootleg. So Soundgarden was actually buying the um, the bootleg merch. And also when I saw Guns N' Roses here in 2016, Melissa Reese, who plays keyboards with Guns N' Roses, she makes an appearance in my video. She was out. You can see her in my video. She's out there looking at the bootleg merch stuff with Del James, who's Guns N' Roses manager, and he helped write some Guns N' Roses songs. So no, the fact that uh it's bootleg, that's very, very open, and nobody cares. Uh Oh, Angelina says she's single. All right. Single and not easily offended. That's a good combination. A couple more requirements and you would be my perfect woman, Angelina. Maybe you would meet those requirements and maybe we'll find out. Uh, but thank you, Angelina. I shouldn't be so crass to people who are being so friendly to me. I hope you do comment more, Angelina. Oh, look at Dominic getting in on the action here. He's cock blocking or what's another word for that? I'm not sure. Um, Dallas. Oh, and Dallas has the correct spelling of that word. Um, so that's it. Anything else, or should we wrap it up? I got all night, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. If anybody, if there's any more questions, anything you have to say, I'm at your command. I defer to you. Who's here? How many people are here? 10 people here. I don't know if there's a way that I can see who they are. No, I guess there are about 6 or 7 somewhat regular chatters. Fernando, Death Rock, Kirk, Damien, Dallas. How long in Nam? My first tour, it's I'm gonna be in the Ninth Airborne, and they're shipping me out there, and if I don't come home in a box, no, no, no. I'll be in Vietnam. I'll be spending 10 days in Vietnam, and which is gonna be divided into I haven't decided how I'm gonna do it. I'll be in Cambodia for 4 days. The whole trip is 14 days, 10 in Vietnam, 4 in Cambodia. And Vietnam, I'll be traveling around a little bit. Um, Buenas noches, gracias por tu tiempo, espero tu nuevo video. Gracias, Angelina. Watch for hasta próximo in domingo, creo. Seek out the metal rock subculture. You know what? I had a brief or long obsession, depending on how you look at it, with Vietnam videos, like vloggers, people, Americans, Canadians, people traveling to Vietnam and doing videos. All right. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you for sticking around. You were here the whole time, an hour and 34 minutes. You're a hero. Thank you very much. And good questions. And I hope I answered to your satisfaction. Thank you. I've been watching Vietnam videos of people traveling there, and I saw a guy in Vietnam. He was like a street performer, and he was wearing a Motorhead shirt, which I thought was fantastic. Who would expect to see a Motorhead shirt in Vietnam? I hope to see that guy. I don't know how much of a metal culture there is there, but there's at least one guy that was wearing a Motorhead shirt, and he was a Vietnamese guy. Perform. I think he was playing drums on the street. That was pretty cool. I'm here. When you want to wrap it up, tell me. As I said, I'm here all night if you want. I would expect maybe Metallica over Iron Maiden. I would say Metallica defers Iron Maiden probably slightly. Probably the top 3 I would expect would be Metallica, Kiss, and Iron Maiden. I'm not gonna see somebody wearing I don't know, a pick somebody, rough cut shirt. Ramones, yeah, Ramones shirt. I could probably go outside, my house right now at 9:40 at night and see somebody wearing a Ramones shirt. Uh, document my first signing of a metal shirt. I'm sure that if I see somebody wearing a metal shirt, I will point out, speaking of that being outside, this was amazing. This was, maybe a year and a half ago. As I mentioned, I work at home, so I'm sitting beside my window all day. So anybody that walks, and I live on a residential street, so there's not too many people walking around, but I do see pretty much everybody. Don't get me started about holiday in Cambodia. I I I know I'm not gonna be able to get that song out of my head. Um, you face, you must say what you must say. Right guard will not help you here. What are the lyrics? What's the first lyric of Holiday in Cambodia? So you've been to school for a year or two, so you think you've seen it all. Uh, no, I've been obsessed with. I love Holiday in Cambodia, and that song will not be leaving my mind when I'm there. Everything I see is going to remind me of that song. Um, oh yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I was sitting here, and there was a guy. I saw a guy out. He was had his car in front of my house, and he was parked, and he had the hood up. He was looking at it, and I didn't really pay attention to him. And and then I went outside. I went to the store, the same store where I got my hot chocolate earlier, and I came back and I saw the guy, and he was wearing an Iron Maiden Aces High shirt. And you know what shirt I was wearing? Iron Maiden Aces High. You know what the odds are of that happening? The fact, I mean, as big as Iron Maiden is here, it's pretty rare that you'd see two people in the same you know, tiny radius of a few meters wearing an Iron Maiden shirt outside of an not this is not an Iron Maiden concert. This is in Cuernavaca, not a big city, and I live, in a quiet area. And so not only was it Iron Maiden, to it was specifically an Aces High shirt. So I went up to him and we looked at each other and went, "Wow, holy shit!" So yeah, I took a picture of it, and then sometime later, a couple weeks later, I was in the store again, the same store, and he was wearing another Iron Maiden shirt, and I was also wearing an Iron Maiden shirt. Now this time they were different ones, but that was amazing. So that was a metal miracle. Um, will Lilia be traveling with me? No, no, no. This is just me. I'm going to Vietnam by myself, and no, she's not a YouTuber, not at all. Just not in her. That's not part of her style. Um, System of a Down, that band should I say they suck? I can't say they suck, but from what I've heard of System of a Down, and I don't necessarily mean this in a negative way, how can I say this? They're the band, maybe more than anybody, where I just go and maybe Slipknot too, how did they get so big? Now, I'm not saying that I don't like them. There are a lot of bands that I don't like, but I can understand why they got big. But it's just such a mystery to me that System of a what my cat is up here again. That System of a Down and Slipknot got so big. Um, just incredible. Like they seem like they would have more of a cult following. System of a Down, yeah. And Jello Biafra is maybe one of the worst singers ever, but he's got the most perfect voice for this. His voice is kind of manic and sounds kind of out of control. It fits. It's kind of funny. I think his voice. I feel like I'm doing an episode if I want to talk about this album. His his voice is maybe the worst voice ever, but it fits the music better than any other band. It's just perfect. I don't think anybody else could sing for Dead Kennedys except the is his name Serge Tarkanian, something like that. Oh, and if anybody knows that I'm a big Cardiel fan, I've seen Cardiel. I know Kirk knows about Cardiel. I've seen Cardiel 33 times, and I have a big Cardiel tattoo on my leg. And they did a West Coast tour of the US in September a few months ago. Let me get my cat down. And I was talking to them recently, and they said they played a show somewhere in Northern California, and Jello came to see them, and they ended up talking to him. They talked to Jello for quite some time, and Jello bought, I think they said 4 Cardiel shirts. And they said he was very, very nice. Their Cardiel is from Venezuela. And so Jello was asking them about, the situation um, in Venezuela. So yeah, so that was pretty cool that Cardiel met up with Jello Biafra. Yeah, and maybe I should talk about. Here's an appearance by a newcomer, D. Martin. I like that the first comment is about my cat. Here she is. Her name is Betsy, which, by the way, Betsy is named after my favorite movie ever. I have 2 that I consider my favorite movie ever. Apocalypse Now and Taxi Driver. And if anybody knows Taxi Driver, the female lead is Sybil Shepherd, and her character's name is Betsy. And I got my cat when she was a tiny, tiny kitty, 9 weeks old, and I named her Betsy after Sybil Shepherd's character in Taxi Driver. So that's why she's called Betsy, and I love her. She gets on my nerves sometimes, though. What else? Anything else? Oh, Dominic says Iron Maiden shirt as a fan is nice. Yeah, not just to be ironic. I guess that's a big thing now that people wear. Let me move this a little bit. That people wear shirts to be cool, including Lily. I've made fun of Lily for being a poser. We saw Iron Maiden together a couple of months ago. They played here in September, and she bought. Actually, I bought it for an Iron Maiden shirt, and she can name maybe one. So if anybody wants to play that game with, I bet Kim Kardashian can't name 5 Metallica songs. Well, Lily can't name 2 Iron Maiden songs, but she has an Iron Maiden shirt. Bernard Herrmann's last movie score. The music in Taxi Driver is awesome. It's so 70s and so dark. It fits it so perfectly. That is it saxophone? Um, well, I mean the end music. Da-na-na-na-na. Um, yeah, that's an awesome, awesome score. Just amazing. I forgot that was the guy's name, but Taxi Driver. That's part of the reason I like it. Just the music fits it so well. Very, very dark, and then they have the music cue after Robert De Niro kills Sport Matthew, Harvey Keitel's character. It's very strong, very shocking, dark, and then the end credit music. It's it changes. It's a little bit happier. I think same as the beginning. Fantastic. Dominic is asking, what about my Earth, Wind, and Fire shirt? What about it? I don't think it's made an appearance yet. Has it? No, I don't think it has. It will at some point. I did buy one. I can't remember. I talked about it when I saw them in November. I can't remember if I showed it, but yeah, I did buy one. Oh, Earth, Wind, and Fire shirt. Neither. Not fan, not ironic, but just because I maybe I mentioned this in the video, but my justification to buy an Earth, Wind, and Fire shirt. Hey, I went to the concert. I think if you go to the concert, you should deserve. And I remember I did mention. I said so if anybody wants to make fun of me for wearing it, um, I accept that. But at least I went to the concert. Yeah, but no, I'm not a fan, but I'm not wearing it ironically. I remember a guy I saw Pearl Jam a bunch of times in 2005 on their Canadian tour, and I met a guy at all the shows. His name was Nick Mason. I remember. I think he's from Chicago, and he was wearing a Nelson shirt. If anybody remembers that shitty band called Nelson After the Rain, and he was wearing a Nelson shirt. And I think back then, and nobody called it, you weren't wearing it ironically, you were just wearing it kind of, I don't know, taking the piss. Um, but I said, "You like Nelson?" He said, "No." He said, it's just kind of a funny shirt." Earth, Wind, and Fire T-shirt appearance in Vietnam could be. I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought that far in advance of what I'll be taking to Vietnam. Nothing more than T-shirts. It's going to be very hot there. I think it'll be in the probably in the 30s and humid there in the south where I'll be going. So it'll be light T-shirts, maybe even sleeveless, and the guns will make an appearance. Um, I've never seen Dominic is talking about High Fidelity, Jack Black. Just a minute, my cat again is. Oh, I know what she wants. I had this elastic band that was holding my ticket stubs together, and she wants it, and I don't want her to have it because she'll probably ingest it. Um, High Fidelity, never saw it. Oh, and you know what? Let me tell you a quick like Jack Black story. In 2018, there was a big festival in Mexico City called Hell in Heaven, and it was Ozzy, Deep Purple, Scorpions, Megadeth, Marilyn Manson, Overkill, Testament, um, Mastodon, Dead Cross, and Tenacious D. And Tenacious D, I think, was playing. I think they played on Friday. I can't remember. Anyway, so I went to the. It was Friday and Saturday. I went to the Friday show, and then on Saturday afternoon, I was outside. There's a great pizzeria or a pizza restaurant in Mexico City, very famous, called Pizza del Perro Negro, and they always play cool music in there. They'll play Mastodon and Cadaver and really cool stuff. And there's often a wait to get in, so you have to stand on the sidewalk to get in. And we were waiting outside, and Jack Black walked right past me. I looked, and I think I said to Lily, she was not right beside me, but a few meters away. I looked at, I said, Lily, I said to Lily, hey. And I looked and I said, hey, Jack Black. I remember he was looking at his phone. I think he was looking, it looked like he was looking at Google Maps. I think you can always tell by people's face if they're looking at Google Maps. And I said, hey, Jack Black. And he just looked at me, he said, hey. And he just, like said hello and keep walking. I didn't ask for a picture or anything, but so that was my little Jack Black encounter in Mexico City a couple of years ago. Um, I should watch High Fidelity. I don't even remember that. Who was in that? It doesn't even sound familiar. I mean, it's a pretty typical name for a movie. Man, my cat is driving me nuts. Oh, John Cusack. Yeah, yeah, I do remember that. Yes. Yep. Yep, remember it. That was what, early late 90s? Was it that old? Was Jack Black around? Yeah, I think Jack. I just watched Jack Black a couple of nights ago. I watched the Dio documentary, Dreamers Never Die. I think I watched that on New Year's Eve, and Jack Black is in that, obviously. And I've also never seen the Pick of Destiny. I'm not much of a. I don't dislike him. I just never got into Jack Black too much. I have such a list of things that people are always recommending that I watch or listen to, and I always try to take people's suggestions, but I just can't watch or listen to or check out everything that people tell me about. Need more time in the day. I mean, I work. I like everyone. I'm not complaining, but I work and I do my hiking and my walking and going to El Chopo or going to concerts, and I don't always have the time that I wish I had. Did I miss anything else here? D. Martin says he saw the Beatles in 1964. Wow, oh my God, this cat is going to spend the night outside. Never, I would never do that. She's never been outside in her life, but she's getting on my nerves. Wow, he saw the Beatles in 1964. That's impressive. Last concert, his last concert was 5 years before my first concert. So, welcome, D. Martin. You're I guess the eldest in the room. I think the previous honor belonged to me. Saw Led Zeppelin 79. That I guess that was their last year they did concerts, right? It was 1979. I just heard my dog outside of my balcony kind of crashing against my door. He's very sloppy and klutzy. He lies down against the door and makes a lot of noise. Damien says, bad taste. That was, oh yeah. What was that? That, I guess, a movie. If he says watched. Yeah. Well, my English friend, Matt. Oh yeah, he said that, Matt. Um, I don't even. Oh, Dominic is 54. Okay. Dominic's got me by a year. I'm 53. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember now. Peter Jackson's first movie. Yeah, you said it was like a cult classic. We saw the shirt of it, and it was. I think it was also filmed in Australia or New Zealand. I think. Yeah, I remember talking. I don't remember the name of the movie, but I do remember you talking about raving about Peter Jackson's first movie. And funny about Peter Jackson, the first thing that comes to mind when I hear Peter Jackson. Um, when I was a kid, my parents smoked. Actually, when I was an adult, my parents still smoked. And the cigarettes, the brand of cigarettes that they smoked was Peter Jackson cigarettes. Uh, you bought the shirt. Was that? I wonder if that was the shirt with the probably from the guy with all the movie shirts. I talked to him last time I was there on camera. His name is that Gerardo? I think it is. Yeah. If it's that one, that's a great stand. What else? We're up to 10 people now. We had 9 20 minutes ago. Now we're at 11. Everybody's maybe some latecomers here. Who's here now? We got Dominic, Damien, D. Martin, Kirk. I think Angelina left. Dwayne left. Is Dallas still here? I think Dallas left. Did I see the Beatles get back? That was the 4-part series that was on Apple last year, right? Or earlier this year? Was it that one? The 8-hour miniseries, 4 episodes? Um, I watched the first episode with Lilia. Let me show you another crazy, stupid thing I do in my life. I showed earlier my diary that I keep on my phone. I have this one. This is an actual book that I keep track of things, going all the way back to. This is mostly things that I watched. This goes all the way back to. I've had this book since 2003. November 9th, 2003. I used to just write notes in here. Now you can see I've got all kinds of stuff in here. I write down whenever I watch something, a movie, TV. And let me show you the first movie that I have with the date was I watched Die Hard 3 on October. Oh, this goes back to 2002. Look at this. I'm so stupid. I watched Die Hard 3 on October 28th, 2002. All right. And Angelina is still here, Dan. Oh, thank you, Angelina, for staying. Now let me see the Beatles. I watched that. Now you can see here's where I went through my Vietnam kick. So I watched Apocalypse Now, and then We Were Soldiers, and then I've been watching the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War series from PBS. The Killing Fields, which is a Cambodian. And then I watched the Killing Field again. I really like that movie a lot. And here, Vietnam War again. Let me see. I watched. Am I too far from the mic? I watched that Beatles. Aha, here we go. And who asked this question? Dominic? Did I watch it? How about that? February 12th. So almost a year ago. Yeah. And my most recent one that I watched, as I mentioned, was Dio Dreamers Never Die. I haven't entered that yet. Oh, now Dwayne is here. Dwayne is not here to see this. Look at this. I watched Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park on December 21st, about 2 weeks ago. So those are my viewing habits. Yeah. I do some weird things. Look at how much this is 20 years of shit that I've watched. I should do an audiobook version of this. Uh, June 7th, 2022. Apocalypse Now. Let's see some random ones. Zoolander, February 6th, 2013. Let's go back. Oh, look at this. I went on a Sopranos binge. I think I've watched every Sopranos episode countless times. I can't even remember. Here's some. This was some music that I listened to in 2009. Anthrax, Black Sabbath, Cherry Poppin' Daddies, Down, Evil United, Iron Maiden, Kiss. I keep notes about everything. I like to document things. Angelina would buy the audiobook. Is that just to hear my voice, Angelina? And I don't know what I had some numbers in red here. I'm not sure what that meant. This was 12 years ago. And let me show you. I'm giving all kinds of secrets into my life. Um, when my cat was born, I had another cat. I had kittens. These were notes that I made when my kittens were born. They were born on August 7th or overnight. Uh, yeah. I played some Seinfeld trivia with some friends. There's the score from Seinfeld trivia. Look at who won that. Who was that? Steve, who was a Jeopardy champion. This guy literally was a Jeopardy champion. I think about 2 years ago, when Alex Trebek was still alive. I killed him at Seinfeld trivia, but he was I think a 4 or 5 time champion on Jeopardy. We played this at my house. So it was Steve, Lilia, Dan, and Diana, and I was the grand Seinfeld champion. What am I missing here? D. Martin, the PBS series on Vietnam was edited. Well, I guess, I mean, they're all edited to some extent. What do you mean? The one that were there two versions of it? I also have it's over here. I won't show it, but I have the Vietnam War, the companion book. The big thick, it's like 800, I don't know how many pages, big thick, beautiful coffee table book. Excuse me, that I have over here, which I also had the baseball, the Ken Burns baseball. I bought that. Man, I spent a lot of money on that. I bought it on VHS in 1994. Bought the companion book, which I think was around $80. Then when it came out on DVD, I bought it on DVD. Ken Burns does some good stuff. He also did what? Baseball, jazz, the Civil War, and the Vietnam War. I think those are Ken Burns's big the four big projects that he's done. All right. Oh, Rad Rock says I should start a fan club. I need more fans, I think, to start that. Man, cats are a pain in the ass. What else? Anything else? Oh, we're still at 10 people, holding strong. Thank you for staying. You're helping me pass an otherwise boring Tuesday night. Favorite baseball player of all time? I don't even have to think about that. That's Gary Carter, number 8 from the Expos. Um, yeah, Gary Carter for sure. Nobody's even close. I love all those guys from the Expos: Andre Dawson, Warren Cromartie, Chris Spire, Larry Parrish, Tony Perez, um, Steve Rogers, Ross Grimsley. Yeah, the 70s and 80s Expos. Love all those guys. I used to go to Expos games when I was a kid in the 70s. I lived in Montreal at that time when I was a kid, and went to Expos games. Gary Carter, and I met him. I met Gary Carter he was inducted into the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame in maybe 2002, something like that. And I went to that. I have a picture. Let me see. Do you know, Dominic, who Gary Carter is? Okay, he does. Tim Raines was another one. Rock Raines, number 30. Tim Raines was number 30. Um, I might, if you give me a second, let me see if I can find this somewhere. Look at this. There's me with the expos. That's Gary Carter kneeling down with me. Tony Perez, Ellis Valentine. I forgot to mention. Look at that. Me and Ellis Valentine. Look at that. Ah, yep. Yeah, the hot. No, is Andre Dawson here? No. Uh, so there's Gary Carter, me and Gary Carter. This is in 1977 or 78. Tony Perez, two Hall of Famers right there, Gary Carter and Tony Perez. Uh, Ellis Valentine, and that's Dave Cash, just slightly in frame. And over here, Steve Rogers and Larry Parrish. So all those guys were all my favorites. And just to finish that story, I met Gary Carter in at the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2002, I think. And I took that picture of him to show him, and he thought that was incredible. He was there with his family. I showed that to his kids. His kids were adults at that point, and showed it to his wife. I said, "Here's a picture of me with your dad from, like 35 years ago or whatever." Um, and I had his book at the time too. He wrote a book called The Gamer, and I got him to sign that. So yeah, Gary Carter. Love Tim Wallach. Tim Wallach was a little bit later. I see a Rat Rock saying Tim Wallach. He was I guess more of the next generation. He was late 80s, early 90s that he started, I think, with the Expos. Tim Wallach, yeah, third base. Spaceman Bill Lee, yep. That was 70s, early 80s. Um, Thank you, Rod Rocks. Thanks you for the questions and the input, and even just for showing up and participating. Thank you. I missed. Angelina said, "Do I listen to death metal or black metal bands?" No, hate it. I mean, for the most part, I don't really like. I hope this doesn't sour things between us, Angelina. But I really don't like death metal or black metal. I'm trying to think if I can think of an exception to that statement. Um, no, I love thrash metal, but death metal and black metal, no. And somebody asked me that a couple of weeks ago. I think it was somebody at El Chopo. No, it was when I saw Exodus, and somebody I was talking to some guy, and he said, "Oh, do you like this band, this band?" I said, "No, I don't like death metal or black metal." And he said, kind of strange, he said, "Why? Is it too heavy for you?" He didn't say it like sarcastically, but he said, "Too heavy?" And I said, "No, it's not heavy. I don't think it's any heavier than, I love Slayer. Um, but I guess it's the vocals more than anything. I guess that's the killer for a lot of people is the black metal and death metal vocals. Venom, I guess maybe I just realized could be an exception. Even though they invented death metal, I don't think they really represent the death metal sound. Um, Slaughter from Toronto is borderline thrash metal or death metal. I'm not sure, but generally speaking, no. Sorry to ruin things, Angelina, or I hope that doesn't ruin things. And yeah, I blew it, Dominic. D. Martin says Ichiro. Yeah, Ichiro was. Oh, I don't know if you've been listening, Angelina. I just saw Exodus here in Mexico City about 3 weeks ago. That was my third time seeing. I've been an Exodus fan since 1985. Love Exodus, and always great live. Actually, I like that concert a lot. I mean, I obviously I was going to like it because I went to see it, but I liked it much more than I was expecting to like it. It was really, really good. Exodus is fantastic live. What else? Do I need to speak louder, closer to the microphone to get attention? I guess all of you are just as as bored or as big a loser as I am. I mean, at least I'm on camera and I'm talking. You guys are all typing. I'm the winner in this room. Oh, Angelina. Oh, she's going to see Exodus. Is that the one with Anthrax and Black Label? Because I know Exodus has a couple of tours coming up. I think they're doing another one with Testament and Death Angel, but I think if it's next month, I think that's with Anthrax and Black Label, right? King of the Nerds. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Anthrax, I guess Anthrax is headlining or Black Label is headlining, I'm not sure. Exodus is obviously the opener. Oh, and by the way, I have, I'll show this too. I have a Guns N' Roses phone case. I have a bunch of these phone cases that came from, I've mentioned a couple of times, AliExpress. I don't work for them. I don't have stock in them, but man, they have some pretty cool stuff there. I have a Guns N' Roses case. I have a Jaws case, Clockwork Orange case, Eddie Van Halen, like, his Frankenstrat guitar, the classic thing. I have a bunch of Kiss, phone cases. They're excellent, and they're like $3 US, including shipping all the way from China, and they're excellent quality, like totally top-notch quality. Anthrax is a great live band. The problem I have with Anthrax, though, as a live band, they play I mean, they're great. They're very energetic. They play the songs really well. I think Joey Belladonna is a great frontman. They're very entertaining to watch, but their set lists they kind of suck. They're first of all, they're short. I think even that when they did like a 40th anniversary tour a few months ago, headlining, I think they were only doing like 12 or 13 songs, which included like 3 covers. Um, that's disappointing. But Anthrax is an excellent live band. Oh, thank you, Angelina. Angelina, you everybody should be saying nice things about me like Angelina. Or maybe I like it that Angelina is the only one who's saying nice things because she's the only as I mentioned, the only female in the room. Thank you, Angelina. What else we got? And where you you said you're going to see that in Oakland. What kind of venue is that Catfish. What kind of venue is that Angelina where they're playing? Is that like a 2, 3,000? No, it wouldn't be 3,000 capacity. Is it 1,000, 2,000, a theater, large club? Oh yeah, that Van Halen toque. That was the first time I wore that. Obviously, I don't get a chance to wear toques very often, and I like that you call it a toque, Dominic. Not a. By the way, where do you live, Dominic? Where are you from? And I'll continue talking while you type your reply. I got that from AliExpress a few months ago. I haven't had a chance to wear it, but as I said, it was freezing yesterday, and yeah, now that one, that the quality of that is not the best. It's not like that dark red, like like it should be. It's kind of a lighter red. It's not the best. The toque itself is not bad, but it did its job. But it's pretty cool, and it was cheap. It was I can't remember how much it was, like $6 or $7 US, something like that. Again, including shipping from China. China, as some people say, or as one guy says anyway. Okay, I'm reading Angelina's comment. Paramount here, 3,200. Is that going to sell out? Can they draw 3,200 people? Can they put 3,200 asses in the seats? Although I'm sure it's not seated. China, China, Russia, Russia, Russia. Oh yeah, you mentioned right that you're in Seattle. Oh yeah, the Paramount. I know the Paramount. I've never been there, but I've heard. You get when you guys probably know this as a music fan. When you see tours and you see the dates released, you see the names of the venues, you get to know the names of all of them. And I've seen the Paramount on tour itineraries probably for years. What else? Anything else? Are we on the last is the battery, the last stick of battery is flashing? Oh, I know what I can show. Hold on just a sec. Since we're talking about Van Halen, just a sec. I can spice things up. Just a second. Let me get a prop. Showbox in Seattle. That Pearl Jam did a kind of a surprise tour there in 2002. They released it on DVD called Live at the Showbox. Let me show this. These are my Eddie Van Halen sneakers. Now these are real. These came from the official Van Halen store. I got these a couple years ago in Arizona. I tried to order them online, but they were going to cost, like, in addition to the cost of the shoes, which I think were 50 or 60 bucks US, it was going to be like 60 bucks US to ship them here. There's no way I was going to spend that much. So this was shortly before I was going to visit a friend in Arizona. So I had them sent to his house for free. They shipped from Arizona, and my friend lives in Arizona, from Phoenix. My friend lives in Scottsdale. So I saved 60 bucks on shipping, although I spent, 200 bucks on a plane ticket, but I was going there anyway. So there, I did keep the box, and and the actual shoes. There they are. And that's the real deal. Those are the Eddie Van Halen shoes. I love them. I think worth keeping the box. Oh, and I can show something else on my phone. Angelina's first Van Halen was Women and Children First. Mine was one after that. I was Fair Warning. Oh, Dominic was at that Pearl Jam show at the Showbox? That's fantastic, because I think the Showbox only holds, what, like 300 or 400 people, something like that? So if you were there, that's you were one of a very few. Um, and for anybody who didn't see it, there's the where's a good picture of it? There's the Eddie Van Halen toque that I was wearing yesterday. Paul Stanley Pumas. No, I don't buy ugly shoes. So no, I didn't get those Paul Stanley Pumas. Let me show something here. Oh, ah, no, where is it? Where is it? It appeared in video, but I'll show a picture of it. I also have Eddie Van Halen swim trunks, board shorts, whatever you want to call them, and olive oil arms. And those also are the real board shorts. And actually, you know what? I bought those board shorts at El Chopo. They are the real ones. Sometimes you find some real surprising things at El Chopo. There's no way I'm going to be wearing the Eddie Van Halen toque in Vietnam, because I don't want to die. And the Eddie Van Halen shoes, I won't be wearing those. You know why? They're just not, I mean, they're essentially Converse. I mean, you can tell by looking at them. I assume Converse makes them. They look like, and they fit exactly like Chuck Taylor's, which they're cool shoes, but I plan on doing a lot of walking in Vietnam. I mean, lots. I'll probably be walking 20 kilometers a day. There's no way you can wear a Converse for that long, that your feet are going to be uh, you know, in pain if you wear those. So no Van Halen merchandise in Vietnam. Dominic was in 10 Club. I was too. For years I left, or I guess I just stopped renewing, I think around 2007, because I'd moved to Mexico the year before. And basically my only reason for being in 10 Club was to get concert tickets. And since Pearl Jam plays here so rarely, it wasn't worth paying. And also they raised the price. It was like $15, then it went up to like 40 or 50. So yeah, so I was in the 10 Club for some time, but I've been out far, far, far longer than I ever was in. Oh, some good some big music fans here. Eddie Van Halen and BB King autograph on the same postcard. Did you meet them both? Were they both at the same place, Eddie Van Halen and BB King? Or is it the same postcard but some time apart? Strange that, I guess not, maybe not strange that Eddie Van Halen and BB King were together. Oh, and by the way, while I'm waiting for Dominic to type that, um, and I don't really care if you do or not, but people do ask me sometimes, if you don't already follow me on Instagram and want to, it's especially Angelina. It's Danbowski Mexico. I know Kirk said he doesn't use any social media, but that's my Instagram. I don't use Twitter. I think I'm still waiting for Dominic about if he got Eddie Van Halen's and BB King's autographs at the same time, same place. Yeah, no social media for Kirk. If I can ask Kirk, how old are you? I think you, I think you might be a little bit older than me, just from things you've told me, comments you've made, concerts you've gone to. I think you're probably, yeah, 54. Yeah, I'm 53, so you're slightly older. All right. Oh, so you and Dom are both 54. Was it a groundbreaking ceremony? That was the groundbreaking ceremony of what? Of the Hard Rock Hotel? So that must have been mid late 90s. Thank you, Angelina. I went to the Hard Rock in Vegas. I went to 32. That's perfect for me. I like that a lot. You just got much better, Angelina. Um I went to the Pink Taco, the restaurant, Mexican restaurant, with Lily. Actually, Lily and I went to the Pink Taco and Hard Rock Hotel in Vegas in 2002. Anybody still there? What does what does what's her face whisper into the microphone in Pulp Fiction? Mia Wallace. She says something into the microphone like this during the dance competition. What does she say? I can't remember. Are we dying? Should I shut it down? Does anybody else have anything else to say? Who's here now? We're down to 7 people now. I still don't know who it is. So let's who's here. Dominic, Kirk, Angelina. Not sure what Dallas is doing. He's probably doing something to stay warm. Yomero is here. Oh, I haven't heard from you, Yomero. I guess you're from Mexico. Oh, Damien is still here. I think Damien's at work. So maybe he's distracted a little bit. Oh, Angelina asked a good question. Do I have a favorite shirt that I like to wear? Um, I have a lot of favorite shirts. Let's put this in the categories. You could say favorite shirt based on color, favorite shirt based on the print, based on the band, and also just how it fits. As I said, some of them fit better than others. I've always said I love one of my favorites ever is Metallica Crash Course. Miss Mia Wallace. Oh yeah, that's right. The guy asked her, "What's your name?" She says, "Mrs. Mia Wallace." I think. Um, Metallica Crash Course and Brain Surgery was one of my favorites. I mean, old shirts. Current ones. There's a store here in Mexico, a national chain called Cuidado con el Perro. And I've bought a lot of shirts from there too. Not necessarily band shirts, although I got a Prince Purple Rain shirt from there. I got a Scorpion Savage Amusement, and they're all official licensed shirts. And they fit really, really well. And they're really thin too. Like really, I like the material. They're a little bit stretchy. They fit nice. Um, but my favorite, I don't know. The thing is, I have so many shirts. Like I might go years between wearing. There are some shirts that I have that I love that I may haven't worn for a year and a half just because I have so many. Oh, Angelina's talking about Razor malicious intent. Let me tell you about Razor. I am personal friends with those guys. If you know that Razor is from a city in Canada called Guelph, which is near, and I think Kirk maybe knows Guelph, about an hour from Toronto. And whoops, my cat knocked something down. And oh, maybe I should talk about Razor. A friend of mine posted something about Evil Invaders a couple days ago, and he tagged me in it. One of my old friends from like 1983. And I've been to the bass player, Mark Campagnola. I've been to his house. Um, and the drummer, Mike Embro, I didn't work with him. I was doing a job at a place where he worked, and I didn't know that he worked there. And I heard his name being called over the intercom, the system at work. They said Mike Embro, and I thought, "Oh, is that Mike Embro, the Razor drummer?" And I found him, and it was him. So we talked. I had some pictures of Razor that I took in 1985, and I gave Mike those pictures, and we're still friends on Facebook. Yeah, so I have a maybe I'm gonna do a Razor video for sure, talking about, I don't know, maybe not malicious intent, maybe Evil Invaders or Executioner's song. But I had a Razor Executioner song shirt in 19 probably must have been 1985. Ha, Damien says, Degrassi story. I don't know anything about Degrassi. I know that I'm aware that there's a TV series called Degrassi Junior High. I really think that's all I know. Was that the show that Drake was on? I know Drake was on a Canadian TV series, like, when he was a teenager or something. Was that Degrassi? Oh, okay. That was like the not the sequel, but the spinoff, I guess. I don't know. Oh, something I can tell that might be interesting, because I don't think I would ever talk about this band in one of my videos of I love this album. I was also good friends with a couple of the guys in Bare Naked Ladies in high school. The two brothers, Jim and Andy Cregan. Jim was I was friends with Jim in grade 8 in junior high, and then all through high school. And his brother, Jim is the bass player in Bare Naked Ladies, and Andy is his younger brother, I think, and they had an older brother called John. He was good friends with my sister. He went to my sister's wedding, John Cregan. Um, Jim was a good friend of mine in high school. I don't know if a good friend, but a friend. I went to his house a lot. I remember he had a basketball net in his driveway against the garage. And Andy was the younger brother. He's the keyboard player. And then their father was the guidance counselor um, at my school. Yeah, and I remember his parents were very, very nice, super nice people. Both his parents were really, really nice, and they lived at. I remember their address. It was 42 Langevin was the name of the street was Langevin. And I think 42 is their number. Um, yeah, so those guys from Bare Naked Ladies were friends of mine. I was never a big fan of their music, although I did have what was the big album with the white cover with the red, it looked like the Pepsi ball. Not Stunt. Does anybody know the name of the Bare Naked Ladies album? I have it on my phone here. Just a second. By the way, I'm not bragging or anything about this, but I don't use Spotify ever. So all the this is the last thing I listened to is Van Halen 2 earlier today. Um, God, what was the name of that Bare Naked Ladies album? This one. Ah, it was called Gordon, of course. I've only got a couple of songs in there. Grade 9, Brian Wilson, and If I Had $1 Million. So that's my Raquelita. Now, is this the Raquelita? Oh, and thank you, Angelina. Okay, we got a few comments here I got to get to. Um, Angelina, I'll do it for you, Angelina. My next video will be about Razor. I don't know when I'll get time to do it, but I will talk about Razor in my next video. I promise. I'm just not sure which. Well, maybe I'll feel like talking about either Evil Invaders or Executioner song. We'll feel, but I'll see what I feel like it. But I promise that will be next. Um, Raquelita, is this the Raquel from Cuernavaca? Because I know I get comments sometimes from a woman, a girl, a female. I'm not sure what you like to be called. You ladies, you women, girls. I'm not sure what the correct nomenclature is, but I think I recognize the name Raquel. Is it from Cuernavaca? Raquelita, are you there? All right. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to wait, Angelina, because it's not gonna be. I mean, not this week for sure, but you have my word that I will talk about Razor in my next, not my next video, but my next. I want to talk about this album video. I will do Razor. I'm looking forward to that already. and you got a little preview of it. I'll maybe include those stories. Raquelita, bueno, bueno. Oh, and just to get to this, Dominic is asking if I watched SCTV. No, the only SCTV I watched, I loved, man, when I was I guess 11 or 12 years old. Oh man, did I ever love Bob and Doug McKenzie. I had the album, The Great White North was the name of the album. Getty Lee did some stuff with it, and they did some sketches. So other than Bob and Doug McKenzie, I you know what? I don't really like a lot of Canadian stuff. In the 2,000 CDs, I think that I've bought. Yeah, take off you hoser that I've bought in my life. Very, very few of them are by Canadian bands. I actually hated, like Brighton Rock was Honeymoon Suite, just shit. Um, for me, Canadian music, a lot of Canadian music, it got better in the 90s, but Canadian music in the 80s was really, really bad. Kickaxe was excellent. I'll maybe talk about Kickaxe one day. Helix was okay, but they all had something Canadian about them that I just didn't like. I never got into any Canadian shows except Trailer Park Boys, which was much, much, much later. But no, I think Canadian TV Glass Tiger is garbage. Oh my god. I went to the beach in Mexico to Playa del Carmen with my good friend. We've been friends for over 30 years from Toronto. He flew down here earlier this year and we went there and we were talking about Glass Tiger and how much they suck. Don't forget me when I'm gone. Oh, horrible. Just so classically bad Canadian. Platinum Blonde. Who else is here? Ale. Hola, Ale. Um, SNFU. That's Society is No Fucking Use, right? SNFU and Propagandy. Um, did I finish what I was going to say about Canadian? Yeah, Glass Tiger sucks. Brighton Rock, Platinum Blonde, garbage. Bruce Cockburn. Didn't like any of that stuff. Famous movies filmed in Toronto. Too many to mention. The first one that comes to mind is Cinderella Man with Russell Crowe. Because I remember when they were filming that. I think I got a little bit fucked up from that movie. I was gonna do something. They were filming, I think, on King Street, and the street was closed, and I was doing something. I wanted to do something, and I couldn't do it. Um, Tons and tons of movies filmed in Toronto. Slapshot. You know what? I've never seen Slapshot. Never seen it. I've seen Strange Brew going back to Bob and Doug. I've seen Strange Brew many times. As much as I love hockey, I'm a big hockey fan. Never saw Slapshot. Matthew Good. I was never into Matthew Good either. I remember the name. Don't remember any songs. Don't remember any song titles. My favorite Canadian band ever, by the way, it could be Sacrifice or Razor. It could also be maybe I Mother Earth. I've said before that Scenery and Fish by I Mother Earth is my single favorite Canadian album is Scenery and Fish by I Mother Earth. Oh, Dominic was in Singles. I think I've seen Singles, I think once. I saw it once and never a lot of those movies saying I know Damien is a big fan of Trick or Treat. I think I saw that once. And these are movies that, are part of my, lifestyle that you would think that I would have, been a big fan of these movies, but Slapshot I never saw. Singles I saw once. We talked earlier, High Fidelity I've never seen. Almost Famous I've never seen. A lot of these movies, music movies, I've never seen them, including oh no, Singles I have seen, but only once. Yeah, that's another one. So I have to watch. So I've got a couple of recommendations tonight. Slapshot, um, High Fidelity, the one that Damien mentioned a couple of years ago, and then again tonight, Peter Jackson's first movie, Bad Taste. Is that what it's called? Um, too many recommendations, and not enough time. Plus, there's stuff that I actually want to watch that I don't even have time to watch. Yeah, Sacrifice did the split 7-inch with Propaganda. They did the Rush cover, Anthem. Awesome. That was excellent. Oh, and speaking of Rush, I was never even a big Rush fan. I talked about moving pictures 6 months ago or something. Um, but yeah, I remember that. And Propaganda played here in Mexico City. I think it was around the end of 2019. And I didn't go. In retrospect, I should have gone. But yeah, Propaganda did that split with Sacrifice Anthem. Excellent. Uh, okay, Kirk has a friend who's never seen Star Wars. I've never seen also big movies. I've never seen Ghostbusters. I've never seen Rocky. I've never seen Back to the Future. I'm talking about. I mean, there's a lot of movies I haven't seen, but like the big, really, really big ones, I've never seen those. I think I saw E.T., but many, many years later. Um, yeah, there are some big ones that I've never seen. Propaganda is Full Metal now. And what were they before? Were they just like kind of metal, and now they're like Full Metal? What was the change with Propaganda? Propaganda? Gandhi? I'm not sure how you say it. Ah, pop punk. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned they always wanted to be a metal band. That's kind of how I felt about the aforementioned shitty Honeymoon Suite and not Glass Tiger, but Honeymoon Suite and Brighton Rock. It's like they wanted to be metal, they wanted to rock, but they also wanted to be pop and to have catchy melody and pretty boy looks and everything. That's why I hated that music. They just seemed uh I don't know what else to say. I just don't like those bands. I took a picture of the Brighton Rock album when I saw a Brighton Rock album when I was at El Chopo last time. I took a picture of it, and Damien mentioned that he had never seen that he never heard of Brighton Rock. He should be consider himself lucky because of that. With that Venom Slayer Razor, I don't think it was a tour. I think they only played. It was actually that tour was Venom Slayer and Exodus, and Razor replaced Exodus, which at that time I was happy about that. I didn't know Exodus at that time. That was March '85. I heard Exodus for the first time in September '85. Dominic, thank you. You're a great contributor, a great addition to society. You should be very, very proud of yourself. Thank you, Dom. And I hope we can do this again someday. Um, yeah, so Razor, I think Razor played in Toronto and maybe Montreal too, but a snowstorm. I don't know if there was a snowstorm. It was March 31st, so there very well could have been a snowstorm. I do remember it was on a Sunday. I don't know if I mentioned, but it was on the same day as the first WrestleMania. Winnipeg. I don't know if they played in Winnipeg. Um, but in retrospect, looking back on it, that show was classic. That I still think now Venom has never played in Toronto ever again. I think that was their they were never a big touring band, but I think Venom has never played, let me check set list. I don't think they've ever played, Toronto since 1985. Maybe Venom Inc. has, but Venom proper has not. Let me Google this. So Damien is saying that that was in, let me see. Venom set list, Toronto. So there's the first result. That was the one I went to, March 31st, 1985. And Venom Inc. played there. So yeah, Venom has only played Toronto once. Let's see. Venom set list, Winnipeg. Oh, yeah, you're right. April 8th. So that was 8 days after I saw them. Let me see if I can find out who played with them. No, it doesn't say. It was Venom. It just says Venom Slayer and an unknown band in the middle there. I guess maybe that could have been Razor. All right. Oh, so maybe they did do more shows than I thought. Uh he's from Winnipeg. His name is Jesus H. Chris or Christ. Did you forget the T? I assume it's Jesus H. Christ. And I also assume it's not his real name. Pretty cool if it was though. I love not being not having to type. You guys can all type like suckers. I'm not sure if anybody's here. It says there are 6 people. I think this is the longest I've gone, the longest we've gone without uh any motion, any movement, no sign of life. Yeah, he calls himself that. All right. Is anybody there? Dominic left. Oh, somebody just came. Oh, his name is Chris. Oh, so he is Jesus H. Chris, not Jesus H. Christ. Okay. Somebody just came in. I'm not sure who that was. Who's here now? Kirk, Damien, Dominic left. Is Angelina here? I think Dallas has been gone for some time. Yeah, Yomero. I keep forgetting about him. All right, he's listening. No need. You don't have to contribute if somebody has nothing to say. That's so good. If you're, I guess, is this a podcast? I don't think it is. A podcast is when you have actually guests, right? What is a podcast? By the way, Damien, how old are these guys? Propaganda. Are they my age, or are they a younger generation? I don't care, but just out of curiosity. Oh, Angelina is asking if I've gone back to the Iron Maiden mural. No, I mean, I guess it's the kind of thing, if you've seen it once, um, and yeah, it had graffiti on it. Now, I don't know if you saw it, if it was my video you saw that had the graffiti on it, or if you've seen it since. When I went, it was only a few weeks old and it already had been graffitied. Um, it's in a part of the city that I don't typically go to. I mean, there's nothing, although I might be in that general neighborhood after I go to El Chopo on Saturday. I think I mentioned in like a long time ago, an hour, that I might go for Indian food. Nocivo Trece. I'm not sure if that's a Spanish name. I remember the name. He's commented before. Thank you, Nocivo. Welcome. Um, there's an Indian restaurant that I might be going to, and then to a concert. Oh, now let me plug something. There's a band, a great band from Mexico City called the Bunions. Not the bunions that you get on your foot, but the Bunions, like Paul Bunyan, Bunyan. They're called the Bunions, and they play kind of garage rock, psychedelics. They're not metal at all. I've seen them live a bunch of times, and they're playing a free show in Mexico City at a skateboard park. And now the Indian restaurant that I might go to, and the skate park and the Iron Maiden mural, they're all in the same general area. Um, so I'm not sure, but I've only been to that Iron Maiden mural once, and yeah, it was shameful that somebody had put graffiti over it. Not because it's Iron Maiden, but just people shouldn't do that. People shouldn't be putting spray paint, putting their bullshit on something that's really cool. And again, not because it's Iron Maiden, but unfortunately, that's one of the bad things about Mexico. Yeah, an update. For all I know, it might not even exist anymore. I don't know if they've painted over it. I mean, intentionally, like, it served its purpose, and now they've done something else. Uh, okay, so he's my age. He's, I guess, a year younger than me. It's funny. I didn't hear. I never heard of propaganda until they did that split with Sacrifice. I think it was in 2008 or 2009. And so based on their age, I guess they were that's why I was wondering, because I thought if I'd never heard of them until 2008, like I thought, are they like a young band? Is that why I never heard of them? Or maybe I just missed them, or maybe they just started late. Um, how about, does anybody, and I guess this is directed maybe more at Damien, but it could be for anybody. Does anybody know, speaking of Canadian music, one that I do like? Juan sube lo que quiere. Bienvenido, Juan. Um, oh, we're up to 10 people now. Good. How about Dayglow Abortions? That is one band that I do like, Dayglow Abortions. I was never a big fan, but I do like them. Fetus of Fetus is an excellent album. That seems like a band that Damien would be into, but probably that Kirk knows as well. I feel like Damien knows them and likes them, and that Kirk maybe knows them but doesn't necessarily like them. Am I correct on some level? Angelina is asking for recommendations on Canadian thrash. Okay, Kirk has never heard of Dayglow Abortions. They're from Vancouver. Been around since the early 80s. I think their first album came out in 82. Punk band. A little bit metalish, but they started punk a little bit more metal now. Um, Angelina is asking for recommendations on Canadian thrash bands. I don't know too many. I mean, I guess I know the big ones. Obviously, I know Razor, Sacrifice, which you probably already know. Slaughter, who I mentioned earlier. I'm not sure if they're more death metal or thrash metal. I bought their album Strapato at El Chopo, I think in November. Annihilator, I think everybody knows Annihilator. Voivod, I'm not sure if I would call Voivod thrash. Exciter, yeah, Exciter is kind of borderline thrash. I've talked about Exciter. I did a video talking about Violence and Force maybe 3 months ago. Um, who else? I mean, we're talking about the big ones here. Um, I mean, oh, now there's a band I mentioned earlier. I don't know if you were around, Angelina, called Warsenal, WAR, like Arsenal, but with the W, Warsenal. Um, Grave Concern. Nocivo is asking about Grave Concern. Never heard of Grave Concern. No, I mean, probably if these bands are newer, I probably haven't heard of them. And even who, trying to think. I mean, maybe I would know some local bands. Oh, Sudden Impact. Everybody should check out. I mean, if you like that kind of music, there's a cool band from Toronto in the mid 80s. Maybe they started around 86 called Sudden Impact. They were kind of a crossover, kind of punk metal, like I don't know who they would who was like that, but so maybe that would be a good suggestion for you, Angelina. Let me show you what their album cover is or looks like. What's that album called? Dead Air. It's not called Dead Air. I'm saying this is Dead Air. Here it is. There's Sudden Impact. No Rest for the Wicked. I don't know how well you can see that. There's some reflection, but No Rest for the Wicked. Yeah, punk metal crossover. Oh, is that's Grave Concern? Is a punk metal crossover, or maybe similar to Sudden Impact. I don't know if YouTube is going to give me shit if I play this for too long. That's Sudden Impact. So if you want a suggestion there, Angelina, Sudden Impact, No Rest for the Wicked or from the Wicked. I think it's No Rest from the Wicked. That's what it looks like. So that's the only one really I can. I mean, if you had asked me in the '80s before you were born, I could have recommended many, but it's been quite some time since I've really followed that scene. Grave concern. Any idea? Oh, and I also mentioned Warsenal. Just a minute, Angelina. Let me show you that one. Oh no! Oh no! I remember another one too. This one, it's called. Their album is called Barn Burner. They're thrash. They're like old school thrash. They're kind of a newish band. I think this album came out in 2016 or 17 or something. And also, this band is pretty good too. Waster. They're from Winnipeg. This album is called Grip of the Hand. Not quite thrash, but maybe actually total almost Pantera worship. This is. These guys really sound like Pantera. Waster from Winnipeg. Grip of the Hand. Yeah. So those are maybe not everything you were looking for, Angelina, but at least try those ones. Um, Soldiers of Misfortune. Oh, now, no, sorry, another, Malhavoc, an old Canadian band, Toronto band, who were friends of mine, and I worked at a gas station when I was, like, 16, 17, and they used to rehearse in the garage of the gas station, Malhavoc. They were pretty big in the Toronto scene, and, what was the other band from Toronto in the Overthrow? There was a guy called Nick Segias, a Toronto guy called Nick Segias, who was in an old Toronto band called Overthrow. I'm not sure if you would be able to find anything from Overthrow, but that's old Toronto thrash metal. Uh, Nocivo says Soldiers of Misfortune from Vancouver. I mean, the only thing that comes to mind when I hear Soldiers of Misfortune is the Sacrifice album called Soldiers of Misfortune. Are you Canadian, Nocivo? Because you mentioned two Canadian bands, Grave Concern and Soldiers of Misfortune. Angelina says, speaking of Pantera, what are your thoughts on Pantera reforming? Should they be more of a tribute band since ah I mean, everybody, I don't know what I can say that nobody else has said. I do have an opinion about that. I guess maybe the most obvious thing is I don't know why people get so upset about that. And I mean, really, who cares if it's called it, it's very frustrating. I've seen people since they announced this in the summer, people saying they shouldn't call it Pantera, they should call it something else. I think why? What difference does it make? And I've even seen a few people say I would go if it wasn't called Pantera, and I think you're basing you're gonna go or not go based on the name. So the same 4 guys, but if they call it something other than Pantera, you would go, but if they call it Pantera, you wouldn't go. Who cares whether it's a reunion, a tribute, whatever? It's, it's 2 guys from Pantera and 2 replacements, and I mean, what else can you say? I support it. I have no problem with it. I think it's great. I don't think it's disrespectful. People want to speak for Vinnie Paul and Dimebag and say they would never have gone for this. Well, not to be crass, but they're gone and they don't have a say. Their family speaks for them now, and their family supports it. And people make the argument that it's for money, that the family is doing it for money. Well, doesn't everybody do everything for money? I don't work because I like it. I work because I need to make money. And I guess very few people in the world get to do a job that they actually like. And in addition to making money from it. So what's the problem with people wanting to make money? So no, I have no problem with this Pantera reunion, whatever you want to call it. Good for them. They look awesome. The crowds have been amazing. I'm not sure how long it'll last either because of health problems or hopefully not drug or alcohol problems or just I don't know if it's sustainable, but they're booked for the next year at least with Metallica and some festivals. But I'm a big Pantera fan, and I'm just happy they're back. What's better, half of Pantera or no Pantera at all? I would take half of Pantera. Why should those songs not be played? Pantera made some of my favorite albums ever. Why should those songs die? Yeah, so I'm very much in support of that reunion project, whatever you want to call it. Oh, Propaganda's been around a long time, Damien says. All right. And Massivo, oh, he's from California. Okay. Oh, we got everybody here. We got what? A couple of California, 3 California. I don't know if Kirk is still here. If so, we got 3 Californians, Nocivo, Angelina, and Kirk. Damien from Australia. How many people? 9 people here. Is Yomero still here? 8 people. I just scared somebody away. I'm trying to see if I have more props that I can show. I feel that the party is dying. I can show. I got a couple of things here while I'm waiting for somebody to type. Okay, Yomero's still here. From what part of DF are you in, Yomero? What part of the city do you live in? As I show more props, I've always got Kiss stuff lying around, and I've got San Angel. That's around. Is that around Buena Vista? Is there a famous kiosco or something there, like a church or something there? San Angel de something. Is it? It's a kiosco in a park. Am I thinking of this of the right thing? I have a Kiss pin here. What else can I show? Space Ace here. Ah, near Unam. Oh, not even close to where I was thinking of. So you're in the south. Okay. Space Ace. Oh, and I also have I think somewhere around here. I keep all kinds of little crap on my desk. No, I can't find it. Anyway. Kiosco Morisco. I don't know what that is. Oh, I forgot about Juan Sube Lo que quiere. That he's here too. Oh, we're up to 9 now. Yeah, you have no idea how much pressure I'm under at this point to keep the party going. I saw that too. Now I saw that with Biohazard instead of Prong. I don't know if it was the same tour. It was in '94. It probably was. I saw it in June '94. It was Pantera, Sepultura, and Biohazard, and that was an awesome show. That was oh man, Pantera was so good back then in '94. I was never a big Sepultura fan. I know nobody asked, but I was never. I bought Roots was the only Sepultura album I ever bought. Yeah, I saw Dimebag. I saw Pantera twice. Yeah, I saw them on that tour, and I saw them again in '98 with Anthrax. And I've mentioned before one of my biggest concert regrets. Um, I'll get to you in a second, Kirk. Was not seeing. I had a chance to see Pantera on the Cowboys from Hell tour. They were playing in Toronto in November 1990. I think it was at a place called the Diamond Club, and I had just gotten into Pantera. I love Cowboys from Hell. I'd known about them for a couple of years, but it was Cowboys from Hell that I got into them. And I was in Florida. I'd taken a vacation to Orlando the week before, and I got back on that Sunday from Orlando. And a friend of mine called Don Robinson had left a message when they used to have uh, tape recorders. You know, the little answering machines. Yeah, '94. Um, And he left me a message. He worked for a record company or somewhere. He had free tickets or he got us on the guest list or something. And he asked me if I wanted to go. And I didn't. I said no, because I just got back from Florida, just got back from the airport. Um, at that time I had a new girlfriend. I think I mentioned her earlier, how hot she was. This girl, maybe I shouldn't say her name, but oh my God, she was so hot. And I guess I probably wanted to have sex with her because it had been a week. And so I chose having sex with this girl instead of going to see Pantera. And I kind of regret that now because I probably would have better memories of seeing Pantera than having sex with this girl because I did probably 300 times more after that. But I regret, maybe that was too much to say. I regret not seeing Pantera on the Cowboys from Hell tour because by the time I saw them again, they were huge, and I didn't see them on the Vulgar Display of Power tour. Nocivo is asking for pictures. Let me see if I have a picture of her. I think, believe it or not, I might. Hold on. I do. It's just a matter of finding it. Let me see. Anybody can yeah, I did find it. I can't believe I found that so quickly. There's a picture of me and her. And I haven't seen her for probably since 19 this is probably in 1991 maybe. and I haven't seen her probably since, yeah, I had long hair. I haven't seen her since 1992, I guess. So I chose her over Pantera. My hair is longer than hers and blonder. Imagine she sees this. Ha! I don't think that would ever happen, but imagine that. Stranger things have happened. What else? Alejandro from Monterrey. Now, is this Monterrey? It is Mexico, double R. I was wondering if it was Monterrey, California, or Monterrey, Mexico. Bienvenido, Alejandro. Yeah, I made the right choice. Okay. It's funny that the female is saying that I chose correctly. I chose the girl over Pantera. Uh, her husband. I don't know if she's married or not. Okay. Oh, well, anyway, hello, Alejandro from Monterrey. I've never been to Monterrey. I was talking about. Oh, now, sorry. Getting back to Kirk. Kirk asked about Eric. Eric doesn't listen to Kiss. No, Eric. I mean, he's not a huge music fan like me, and I think all of us are big music fans because we're talking about a lot of stuff about music. Um, I mean, Eric, how old is Eric? I think he's 40, maybe 43 or something. He likes when we drive to go hiking, he often plays the Pixies, Sonic Youth, um, Captain Beefheart. Um, he likes the Doors. He often plays is it LA Woman album or Morrison Hotel? I can't remember. But no, Eric is not a Kiss fan at all. No, or I guess not a metal fan for that matter. Eric is from Belgium. Whoa, and Alejandro saying Pretty Boy Floyd in Mexico City. I had no idea. I would maybe be you have to give me details, Alejandro. And now I'm going to search for this. This is news to me. I'm learning something here. Let me check. Pretty Boy Floyd. Pretty Boy Floyd, Mexico. March 17th. I didn't know. This is the first I've heard of it. It's at a place called La Piedad Live. I've never heard of this venue before. Um, and Pretty Boy Floyd and Enough's Enough. Interesting. Oh, now it seems it's in Toluca, which really turns me off. Oh, this was just announced a couple of weeks ago. Oh, it's Pretty Boy Floyd's first time in Mexico in 10 years. I didn't know it before. Um, if it's in Toluca or the Toluca area, I found the event page for it here. This is the first I've heard of it. Um, it's at Kiss Lounge. Oh my God. There's a place called Kiss Lounge, which I don't know if anybody's heard of it. Yeah, it's in Estado de Mexico. That makes it a lot more difficult. This place called Kiss Lounge. It's a Kiss themed bar slash concert venue. And apparently the guy that owns it, it's like a little Kiss museum. Apparently this guy has the largest collection of Kiss memorabilia in the world outside of Gene Simmons. Um, and amazingly, I've never been there. I had a plan to go there a couple years ago with Lily and a friend of mine, and something happened, we didn't go. But that's a pain in the ass to get to. It's far. I would have to stay overnight. Tickets are 750 pesos. That's not too bad. Uh, there's the no, hold on. This is from 2019. This is November 17th, 2019. Hold on. Are they playing at the same place, Alejandro? Do you know? Just a minute. Let me modify my search. And I keep going away from the microphone. Uh Pretty Boy Floyd, Mexico City, 2023. Um okay. Yeah, it's at a place called La Piedad. Here's the poster here, the flyer. Well, that's the first I've heard of it. I don't know if well, I'll have to find out where this place is. La Piedad Live. Let me check on Google Maps. Nobody's typing on have I now. Keep going. I don't want to feel like I'm talking to myself like a loser. All right, here. Oh, it is right in Mexico City. Oh, I know exactly where this place is. Uh, Maybe I will go to that. Oh, I know exactly where this is. This is an area that I spend a decent amount of time in. Um, what day of the week is March 17th? Still nobody is typing. Have we crapped out? March 17th, it's a Friday. You know what? Maybe I will go on a Friday and stay overnight and go to El Chopo on a Saturday. That is a possibility. I haven't listened to Pretty Boy Floyd for a long, long time. I did. I don't know if I would call it a guilty pleasure. I really loved Leather Boys with Electric Toys. Other than that, I don't think I've ever heard a single note that they've done. Um, Maybe I'll go to that. Thank you for the information, Alejandro. So it is right in Mexico City. It's not outside of Mexico. I'll keep that in mind. I get back from Vietnam. No, I get back from Vietnam in early March. Yeah, maybe I will go to that. I'll have to keep that in mind. Iguanas. No, I know there's a place called Iguanas in a current place called Iguanas or Cafe. No, it's called Cafe Iguana in and I'm sure Alejandro knows this in Monterrey. No, I've never been to any venues in Tijuana. I've been to Tijuana once. That was a couple of years ago. I was there for a couple of days, 2 or 3 days, visiting. I was staying with a friend of mine. I think Pearl Jam played there in like 91 or something. I think that was their only show in Mexico ever until they played here in 2003, and I saw them here in 2003. Pearl Jam played 3 nights at the big arena in Mexico City. So I do remember Iguanas, but never went there. That must have been cool for Americans to cross the border and go to see a show in Mexico is pretty cool. What else? We're still 11 people, but nobody's saying anything. Have I put you to sleep? I can go all night. Oh, they're playing the entire album. I'll have to go for sure. Yes, thank you, Alejandro. I will go see that. Wow, I just mentioned that's the only album I know. And yeah, that's almost like a can't miss thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go see Pretty Boy Floyd. Ha! Imagine that. I what this live stream paid off for me that I learned about a concert that I otherwise wouldn't have known about. Uh, I wonder how much tickets are. I don't really care. I guess I'll probably go no matter what. No, imagine that. Thanks again, Alejandro. Lynch Mob. Oh, I like Lynch Mob. I saw Lynch Mob. Did you know Kirk? Did you know Rock and Roll Heaven? From your Toronto days, which was I've mentioned before is one of the best, one of my favorite concert venues ever. I mentioned last week that I saw Badlands at Rock and Roll Heaven, and I saw Lynch Mob at Rock and Roll Heaven too. That first album, Wicked Sensation, was quite good. About half of it was awesome. The rest of it was good. Sepultura and Fear Factory, the Iguanas. Wow, Kirk doesn't know Rock and Roll Heaven. I'm surprised. That was like the cat house of Toronto. That was the rock, not just for concerts, but just a awesome bar, cool place to hang out. The hottest girls were at Rock and Roll Heaven and all the rocker guys. That was an awesome place. I saw Paul Stanley's solo tour there in '89. I saw Bullet Boys there, Lynch Mob. I saw Faith No More there, Badlands, LA Guns there. I'm surprised you haven't heard of Rock and Roll Heaven. Legendary. A lot of rockers used to wear Rock and Roll Heaven shirts. You saw them wearing Cat House shirts, CBGBs, and Rock and Roll Heaven shirts. Skid Row played there, and John Bon. It's a small place. Skid Row opened for Bon Jovi, a stadium in Toronto in '89, and then Skid Row played a secret show there after, like at midnight or something. And John Bon Jovi came out and sang with Skid. I think they did "Boys Are Back in Town" um, at Rock and Roll Heaven. That was a legendary place. You lived in Toronto. It's funny. I remember some time ago, Kirk. You mentioned the place called Rockers. I think you asked about it. It was at Yonge and Eglinton, and that place was around for a very short time and was kind of forgotten. But everybody knows Rock and Roll Heaven. Surprised you don't know it. Rockers, yep, Yonge and Eglinton. Damien is a Monterrey fan. I always heard bad things about Monterrey, just that it was kind of an ugly place, industrial city. But I know in the last 10 years or so, I think they've made it more attractive. Yeah, Toronto is awesome. What year did you live in Toronto, Kirk? That must have been late 80s? 87. Okay. Oh, that was the height of Rock and Roll Heaven. The height was, yeah, probably 86 to 90, 91 was, there was always shows at Rock and Roll Heaven. Did you know, I don't know if it was around then, Meat Magazine? Meat stood for Metal Events Around Toronto. It was a free magazine that was put out, I think, once a month. It was excellent. It was a local magazine, and they had local bands. They covered local bands. Um, but also, they would do stories on Kiss when Kiss came through or Ozzy or whatever. Monterey is the weather too hot, right, Alejandro? It's like what, 40, 45 degrees in the summer, and I guess pretty cold in the winter. It's desert there. All right, Kirk doesn't remember Meat magazine. It was excellent. Yeah, too hot in Monterey in the summer. Yeah, I've never been in the California desert. I've been in the Nevada desert and the Arizona desert, but not California. So where is that, Nocivo? Is that like Palm Springs area? Close to Arizona. Okay. Burton Cummings, Bruce. I always called it Cockburn. I know it's pronounced Coburn. Um, Bruce Coburn, no. I remember Lovers in a Dangerous Time. Gordon Lightfoot, no. I mean, that's like, he's like my father or something. Burton Cummings, you know what's funny? I wasn't a fan of Burton Cummings, but I saw him recently on Howard Stern. I think he was on Stern's a couple of years ago, but I saw the clip of it recently. He was a really good singer. He had a great voice. I can't say I was a fan of Burton Cummings, but he's great singer and probably a very, very good musician. Uh, where did I get the Badlands shirt? I got the Badlands shirt. You're just joining, Alejandro. I mentioned this, I think, a couple of times earlier, from AliExpress. I've bought a lot of shirts from AliExpress recently. Great shirts, and a little bit more expensive than El Chopo. I think they're about, most of them are around two, including shipping all the way from China, about 260, 270 pesos. And I've never waited any more than 18 days from China. I've ordered lots and lots of stuff from AliExpress, and the quickest I've ever received anything was 12 days, the longest 18 days. That's where I got the Badlands shirt, Voodoo Highway. Yeah, close to Palm Springs. And for you, Nosiva, are you do you like the California desert, Brant Bjork? Um, who else? I guess Caius, Sean Wheeler. Do you know Sean Wheeler, or do you like Sean Wheeler? Mexicali. Yeah, Mexicali, I think is just about the hottest place in Mexico. I know in the summer there it can reach 50. I think I've heard that it even maybe gets to 50, 51. I think people go in their tinacos up on top of their houses. They go up and they 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 cool down in the tinacos in the top of their house. You don't know Sean Wheeler. All right. He's kind of in that scene with Brant Bjork. His music is kind of mellow, kind of cool. He's kind of almost like half Mexican. I think he might even live part-time in Mexico City. He's always there. Um Canadian Pretty Boy Floyd. I remember the name and I remember the controversy at the time because it was around this. Actually, they were from Vancouver. I remember that they were from Vancouver. I don't know if I ever. I'm sure I heard them at some point. I definitely wasn't a fan, but I do remember them. They were from Vancouver. Yeah, check out Sean Wheeler. He has this an album. The one album that I know he has is called "Sand in My Blood." Pretty cool. He's a great performer too. Amazing performer and great voice. He's kind of like he kind of different elements of Sean Wheeler remind me of Perry Farrell, Tom Waits, CC DeVille, and like maybe Jim Morrison or something. Yeah, he's a very very powerful voice, amazing performer, very charismatic. I've seen him live several times. He's really good. Air conditioning and cold beer. Who's still here? Who's here? Is Angelina still here? She's really the only one I care about. If you guys all left, that would actually be pretty good, I think, if it was just me and Angelina. 8 people here. Has anybody not said anything? Is anybody's Where's my cat? My cat is Let me show you where my cat is if I can do this without. She is on the top of her cat tower, right? Where do I point? There she's there. By the way, when I do, if anybody's familiar with my setup, when it looks how it looks when I do, I want to talk about this album. I have to move her cat tower from that spot, and then put it back there. So she loves that cat tower. So she's up there. I guess she gave up on me. I think she got tired of me uh putting her down. What is Brawley and Johnny's burritos, Kirk? Are those places to eat, I guess? Or it sounds like maybe Brawley is a town? Yo, Mero, gracias. Que tenga buena noche en DF. Oh, okay. So Brawley is a town. Oh, El Centro. Oh, El Centro is the part you were talking about in California. I saw you mention that earlier. Um, Slayer, I'm a massive, huge Slayer fan. I've been into Slayer since 1984, almost really the very, very beginning. I got Show No Mercy when it was probably only a few months old. Saw them for the first time live in March 1985. Love Slayer. Love it. Love them. I'm not sure if I understand your question, D. Martin. How am I bilingual, or are you asking if I am? And I don't know if I would say I don't really speak Spanish very well. I can, communicate. I can get by. I can't like this conversation I'm having that I can't really tell stories in Spanish. Um I can't, I can ask questions and I can get by, but I can communicate maybe better than survival Spanish, but I don't know if I would consider myself bilingual. Um, Alejandro, are you asking me, Sivo, can I talk about an album? I talked about all the Slayer albums. I did I think this was about 2 years ago when I started doing this when I was bored during the pandemic. There were some bands that I did their whole discography. And I went through the entire Slayer discography. And I'm not promoting this to you, but since you asked Nocivo, I did go through Slayer's entire discography. I've said there are, I guess, 4 albums that I would consider that could, on alternating days, that I could consider my favorite albums ever. I mean, I have like what I would call a top 10 or top 15, and there are some albums I love, but really only 4 that I could consider for the number 1 spot, and that would be Master of Puppets, Appetite for Destruction, Among the Living, and Rain and Blood. I think more than anything, I've cited Rain and Blood as my favorite album ever in the history of recorded music, at least studio albums. Kiss Alive is my favorite ever. But for studio albums, Rain and Blood is probably maybe for me the greatest album ever recorded. Uh, let's see a couple things here. Oh, I'll get back to Alejandro, my least favorite Kiss album. Is Eric's Spanish better than yours? Eric speaks excellent Spanish, much better than mine. He speaks. Eric is a very well traveled. He's been to around 50 countries. He's lived in a couple of African countries. He's been up Mount Kilimanjaro. He speaks his native language is Dutch. He's perfect in English. I would say he's not perfect in Spanish, but fluent anyway. I think he speaks German or some German. I know he was taking Portuguese classes last week. Now Eric speaks Spanish very well. My least favorite Kiss album, and again, not to promote myself, Alejandro, but I did maybe it was 4 months ago. I ranked the Kiss albums. Now, that depends on what you consider. I consider the solo albums from 1978. I do consider those Kiss albums. So if you include those, I've mentioned many times that Peter Criss's 1978 album is the worst album in the history of music, at least of albums that I've bought or of bands I liked. Peter Criss's solo album sucks. Although I will buy it on vinyl maybe at some point just to fill up my collection. Other than that, actual Kiss albums, the worst, Elder. I have no interest in the Elder. Uh, Don, why do I want to say Don Martin? D Martin. I'm thinking of Don Martin from Mad Magazine. D Martin, my favorite guitarist. Um, I mean, this goes now. This is not based on talent. This is hey, Ron Stimler's here. Look at that. Alley rules. How long have you been here, Ron? How long have you been lurking? I could tell some stories about Ron going back 20, more than 20 years, 23 years. I would even say 24 years. All right, you've missed a lot. Um, okay, I'll get to Ron in a minute. Yeah, I would maybe prefer not to as well. Maybe a couple. We'll see. Favorite guitarist. Now, again, this is not based on talent or anything. Just the guys that I like to listen to. Probably Ace Frehley and Eddie Van Halen, just because they were guys that I listened to when I was very very young. And but I would maybe include Dimebag on the list and even Jakey Lee. I talked about Jakey Lee and Badlands last week. Um, Hetfield and Hammond, I kind of see them together, are also favorites. Jason Beeler for sure is one for sure. Ron, good timing that he came in. He's known for about 24 years how much I love Jason Beeler. So yeah, I mean, there are also guys that I love. But those, I mean, if you consider top ones, and also Warren, again, the combination of Warren DeMartini and Robin Crosby are also favorites. Um, yeah, though those are so to answer D Martin's questions, those ones. Um, Psycho Circus. Alejandro saying Psycho Circus is your least favorite Kiss album. It was very, very low on my list. It might have been. Let me see. I have it written down in my notebook here to save you from watching my video. Let me see. Psycho Circus sucks. That's a really bad album. I had Peter Chris was my least favorite. Here were my bottom three: Peter Chris, Elder, and Psycho Circus. Those albums are shit. Um, and then Crazy Nights, Monster, Hot in the Shade, getting better and better. Um, D. Martin is asking about Santana. If I like Santana, no, it's not that I dislike him. I just, I'm ill-informed. I don't know enough about him. Nocivo, thank you. Very good. Thanks for your support and contribution. And have a good night. I hope we talk again. Thank you. Um, no, I'm not. I can't really give an opinion on Santana. Yeah, I know. Obviously, he has a stellar reputation as a great musician and guitarist, but I just don't know enough about him. We're at 6 people now. That's the lowest we've been. I think we were at 6 a couple of times. Who's here now? Ron, D. Martin, Alejandro. Is Kirk still here? I think Angelina left some time ago. All right. Oh, Blue Flyer. All right. First appearance for Blue Flyer. Welcome. I'm not sure if he or she, probably he, it's all guys here, has been lurking or if and he's just checking in, or if he's new like Ron. Okay, so Carlos Santana started on in Tijuana. I feel like I know that, or I should know that, but on the other hand, it also seems like new information. It's not surprising, I guess. And I'll tell a little story about Ron Stimmel. If anybody just knows Ron Stimmel came in, Ron and I have known each other for I guess it was like 99 or 2000, at least online. We've never spoken in person. Um, we had a little bit of a online rivalry back in the days when it was kind of a fun, the internet was new. And oh, there's Angelina. My let me type it for you, Angelina. It's There it is. I expect to get it. And there's my my lock screen on my phone, by the way. I expect to get a notification saying that I have a new follower. Thank you, Angelina. Yeah, so Ron and I knew each other in bitter rivals in the early era of the internet when Ron had web TV. That used to be a running joke that Ron had web TV, and it was, I guess, looking back on it, very stupid. I'm actually, I wouldn't say I'm embarrassed, but when I think about those old days of how I was on the internet, kind of shameful and amazing to think that people are still like that now, 24 years later. I outgrew that. Oof, 6 months ago. But yeah, stupid internet shit in the early days of the internet. Shit talking and posting on message boards and stuff. Blue Flyer just got here. What are we talking about? We're talking about whatever you want to talk about. We're at 7 people now. This is not a raging party. This is not a kegger. I think we're up to, I think, 13 or 14. And then I think we've been as low as 6. It kind of fluctuates. So whatever, I guess we're mostly talking about music. Uh, yeah, it's funny that web TV was actually, I mean, looking back on it, web TV was pretty cool to think that you could get the internet on your television. It's kind of gone full circle. Web TV is how I watch all my YouTube now. I never watch YouTube on my laptop, on my phone. I watch all my internet on my YouTube on the TV. So that's like the modern day web TV is smart TVs. Yeah, but Ron and I had a real rivalry. I think never hopefully I know on my part, I don't know about his part, not too serious. Some people took it very, very seriously. I probably took it more seriously than I should have, but stupid. I mean, when I think about it now, Ron and I could probably run this chat for quite some time. Yeah, now we're old. I don't know if it's old or just I guess you just get enough of something. I see if anybody knows, probably Ron is the only one who knows this stupid shitty website called Metal Sludge. Just the most toxic place ever. And I guess I haven't checked it for probably about 2 years. And the last time I checked it, it was still the same. A lot of the same people that were posting there 20 years ago or 15 years ago are still posting there, still going through the same shtick. It's unbelievable that people he still post there. I haven't posted there. I haven't. I guess I if you call it lurk, do people still use the term lurk? Um, if so, I haven't lurked there even for probably a couple of years. Haven't posted there in longer than that. Yeah, yeah, that's who Metal Sledge is, and it's yeah. My screen name was MC Large Drink, and I don't think anybody knew or knows now what MC Large Drink was from, and I kind of like that. I would tell if somebody asked me, I would tell it wasn't a secret. But yeah, MC Large Drink was my online name or my screen name for many many years. Yeah, Metal Sludge is just awful. That guy Stevie from Tough, um, just seems like a miserable guy. Just a very bitter, angry guy, which is why he started Metal Sludge and continues, I think, to be like that. Yeah, he just seems not a. I mean, I don't know the guy personally, but just based on his online persona, angry guy, very very bitter. Whatever. I don't want to talk about that. What else? Blue Flyer. Let's hear from you. What have you got to add to the what have you got to contribute to this evening? Is that right? His daughter is in Harvard? Oh, well, I guess he did something right. Yeah, I shouldn't say that he's miserable. I mean, obviously, I don't know him personally, but just his online personality, he comes off. He seems to hold grudges. Um, yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's almost like the definition of bitter. What else? Are we dying again? I still oh, we're up to 10 people now. Oh, this party is not gonna die. I can, as I said, I can be here all night. I'll defer to everybody. And the first time I'm checking my phone. Um, okay, D Martin says, "Do you like any jazz?" No, not particularly. Again, I could say this about a lot of music. When I say I don't like something, I don't mean I dislike it. I just mean I don't actively like it. I'm not a fan. Like, I mean, when jazz is the kind of music, if it's on, if I'm in a restaurant or a bar, or if there's somebody playing live jazz, I mean, it's fine. It's better than listening to electronic music or techno or something like that. Um, but I would never go like, you know, I don't ever crave jazz. I wouldn't put it on. I've never bought a jazz album. But it's fine. At least it's good music anyway. I mean, it's honest. Uh, Blue Flyer says I got H&D stories from the 70s. What is H&D? Am I missing something here? On CB radio? I remember CB radio. Kirk says 11,000 subs. What does that mean? 11K subs. Oh, you're talking about my subscriptions? Oh, I've got to 11,000 I think some months ago. Yeah, I'm sure. No, no, I know what he means, but I was just wondering why he was posting it now. No, I have, I don't know how it shows, for anybody else, but for me, I have actually, I can check. I have YouTube rounds it up, I think, to the nearest 100, or when you get into the thousands, it rounds it up to there. I have 11,339 subscribers. Yeah, and I don't know how, it's a weird place. Just a minute, I have to. Oh, wait, where am I? Am I still here? Oh, there, I got a little bit confused. I felt like, wait a minute, I gotta close this window. I'm on in 2 windows. Am I still here? I think I'm still here. Oh, H&D is hate and discontent. Okay. So that was pre-internet shit talking on CB radio. Um, Kirk asks if YouTube pays me any money. Yes, but probably. Oh, I was going to say, first of all, before I get to that, about the subscribers, it's so weird. I have 11,339 subscribers, but a lot of my videos, they get maybe just a few dozen views. Um, and honestly, I never ask for subscribers. Um, or I've mentioned this before, to leave your comment down below. If people do, that's fine. But I what's the point in having 11,339 subscribers and only 80 of them, or maybe, sometimes a few hundred. I do get some videos. I have one video that's getting close to 1,000,000 views. Um, but typical, my I love, or I want to talk about this album. Um, they typically get, yeah, maybe 80 to 100, 150 views. I think the biggest one I ever had was around 900. I think that was Allison. No, not Allison Chains. Mad Season. Um, but anyway, yeah, about the YouTube, I'm not shy about talking about this. I think a lot of people are kind of secretive. I get very little money from YouTube. Actually, I can check. I'll even show you this. In the last, and I don't care. I know I could make my videos. I could edit them and add things and make them better. To me, it's just a hobby. Um, in the last, for some reason, they do it by 28 days. I'm not sure why they don't do it by month. Maybe because 28 days is 4 weeks. In the last 28 days, I've made $19.94 US. That's it. Now I've had, my best month ever, I think, was 240 in 1 month. I think since I've started, I guess, being somewhat known, some years ago, I think about 5 or 6, maybe 7 years ago, I was averaging about $30 a month with far, far, far less subscribers and views. Back then, I just had maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000 subscribers, and I was making double what I'm making now. But I think YouTube changed the way their ad sharing revenue. They started to give more to the top YouTubers and less to people like me. But it's nice to make 240 bucks in a month for doing nothing. I go, especially when I go to an Iron Maiden concert and I do the bootleg merch tours. Those are always very popular. They get 40, 50,000 views, and I can get decent money from them, but it's not sustainable. I'll get that income I'll get 240 bucks. Let's say 220 for the first month. And then the next month, maybe I'll get 90, 80. And then by the third month, I'm getting back down to maybe 30 a month. And now basically I'm getting nothing from that. So it's kind of, and again, I don't care. I'm not doing this to make money, obviously. I don't promote myself. I don't edit my videos. Um, I don't refer to people that watch my video as guys. All YouTubers say, "Hey guys, today I'm going to talk about this, guys. And what do you guys think? Leave a comment down below." I don't do any of that. I appreciate people that watch it, but it kind of makes me uncomfortable to talk like that. Angelina says, "I subscribe to you because of your videos on El Chopo. I stayed because of your personality." and your insight into genres of music I like. That is very nice to hear, and I'm glad that was unsolicited. That's the kind of thing that's very nice to hear, um, instead of just saying, "Leave a comment down below." I appreciate it, Angeline. And did you follow me yet? Let me check. Did I get a notification? I did. Look at that. I have a notification. I have whoops, a new follower. Thank you, Angelina. I'll stalk you later, as they say. Um, anyway, any metal sludge is still going. Yeah. Did you know? Oh, Blue Flyer. Oh, I missed Blue Flyer. He says, "Oh, thank you, also Blue Flyer. You're doing a good job. Thank you." I don't know if it's a good job. I'm just talking about my age. You maybe are older than me, based on what you said. I'm 53. How old are you, Blue Flyer? Hola, Uriel. Buenas noches. Gracias. Um, and Blue Flyer is saying he was at Motley Crue in 1985. Yeah, me too. I saw that tour, Theater of Pain, in Alejandro. Okay. Alejandro is saying, okay, he also saw my videos from El Chopo. Oh, and then he followed me. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, you're a few years older than me, Blue Flyer. Uh Oh yeah, and Damien said Metal Sludge is still going. Yeah, I guess. I was going to say Alley Rules. Ron said that he was just posting there. Um, amazing. Metal Sludge was a pretty big in the early days of the internet. It was kind of a scandalous site. Um, I guess kind of a good site for news, at least for junk news, anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of content they have now. I guess the maybe it's just the gossip board that's still going. Now let me make a correction here. D Martin is saying, what's that all about? Now that bugs me. I know Americans always like to make fun of the Canadian accent, which is understandable, but it's not a boot. It's more like a boat. Um, it's not like we don't make the ooh sound. It's more like, oh, like what are you talking about? Not what are you talking about? Um, yeah, and that's a good point. I kind of have lost my Canadian accent. Some of my old friends from Canada have told me they say that I sound American, and I think, and I'm aware of it too. I think that's because that's two reasons. I think the main reason is because I've been away from Canada for 17 years, which means I've been away from hearing Canadians, being surrounded by Canadians all my life. So, I mean, when do I ever hear Canadians speak? I talk to my mother occasionally. Um, I text with my brother regularly. I don't watch any Canadian television. I watch a lot of Canadian sports on TV, so I see some Canadian commercials. But so really all the English I hear is American. And even when I lived in Canada, I watched American movies and listened to American music, American television, American sports. But obviously that was only a part of it because I lived with Canadians and worked with Canadians and had Canadians around me. So yeah, my accent has definitely changed. That's been pointed out to me before by people that have known me, for decades. Uh Alejandro says he remembers CC, but CC Banana, he killed himself, right? Committed suicide. I think he's from New Jersey and he killed himself. Yeah, that was a dark period of Metal Sludge. I mean, I remember some people, and I don't think I was ever this bad, were like making fun of him or talking shit about him. The guy killed himself. That's, pretty, horrible thing. And people some people there were just relentlessly miserable. Like I think truly, not to get into people's minds, but I think some of those people must have had serious psychological problems. Some people that were just harsh. It was, yeah, you made fun of people and things, but some people were just brutal, horrible people. Uh, what else? Did I miss anything? Did you post, Alejandro? Did you post on Metal Sludge, or were you just a reader, a lurker, as I Twice I've used that term. I haven't really that seems like such an old internet term. Did you post there, Ale? Alejandro, not Ale. I guess that's more feminine. Yeah, a lot of Canadian, except music. I was talking earlier, I think before you came, Blue Flyer. I mostly don't like Canadian music, but a lot of good Canadian talent, especially comedy talent. A lot of guys from Saturday Night Live, Jim Carrey, obviously, John Candy. Never posted. Yeah, you're probably better off not posting, not to get dragged into that sewer. Um, Lauren Michaels is Canadian. Yeah, a lot of famous Canadians. SCTV, we talked about that earlier. I never watched SCTV as other than Bob and Doug McKenzie. Catherine O'Hara, Canadian. Not Steve Martin. Martin Short. John Candy was one of my favorite. I don't know if he was one of my favorite actors, but one of my favorite Canadian actors for sure. Sorry, not Canadian. Comedy actors and Canadian too. And nobody's typing now. Let me go get some to drink. I finished my hot chocolate ages ago. I didn't know I was going to be here for so long. People, you can type. I'll be back in 10 seconds, just a minute. 30 seconds, I think that was. Angelina says faster than you can say blueberry pancakes. Why does that sound familiar? Is that also from Pulp Fiction? Faster than you can say blueberry pancakes. So did Bruce Willis say that to the French girl on the motorcycle in Pulp Fiction? It is. That's what I thought. Now, who said that? Was it Bruce Willis? Thank you, Blue Flyer. Thank you. Okay, Bruce did say it. See, I know music and I know movies. I was almost had a drink accident. Beautiful Creatures. That was Joe Leste, right? The guy from Bang Tango, the singer from Bang Tango. Was he Beautiful Creatures? Was he one of the Beautiful Creatures? The interview with the drummer lying about his age. That doesn't sound familiar. I remember some bullshit, some controversy or something with Beautiful Creatures, but I don't remember about the drummer. Am I right about Joe Leste? Was he the Bang Tango singer? Was Beautiful Creatures, right? Yeah, he was the singer. That's what I thought. I bought that Bang Tango album, Psycho Cafe. Never liked it. I remember bringing on the attack of life, bringing on the night. Never liked it. That's the only song I remember. Was never a fan. All right. Oh, everybody knows Joe Leste. All right. I actually had made a contribution to Metal Sludge, and they kind of fucked me a little bit because they said if anybody remembers, this was maybe in 2000. Does anybody remember the interview Sebastian Bach did with a guy from Canada, a Canadian journalist called George Strombolopoulos, Strombo? And Strombo asked him. He kind of compared Skid Row to Poison, and Bach took great offense to it and basically said like, "How dare you compare Skid Row to Poison?" Skid Row's a metal band and Poison is shit. And he took off his microphone and he walked out, stormed out on in the interview. And Metal Sludge said, If anybody has footage of it, send that to us, and we'll send you some swag." And I had taped it, so I sent them the tape, and they never sent me anything. And I sent them an email saying, "Hey, sometime later, um, I thought you were going to send me something." And I don't know if it was Stevie that was. I guess it was him. I guess he was basically running the whole show, and he gave me some bullshit thing. Like, he was kind of a dick about it. But that was me. I sent in the video of that. So if you saw that, that came from me. I was the source of that in 2000 or 2001. Anybody remember that? Ron probably remembers that. Mhm. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it is Miller beer. And I can only get these in Mexico City or in Estado de Mexico. I think in the north you can get them, but here in Morelos, I've never seen it. But I get these tall boys at 7-Eleven. Whenever I go to Mexico City, I always buy a couple and bring them back. You can get this in Monterrey. Yeah, Alejandro? I don't know whoever wrote for anything. There was some funny stuff on Metal Sludge. Not the posters, the people who posted there on the gossip board, but Janie Lane. Oh, salud, Alejandro. What were some other big sludge scandals? Did you see, Ron? I did cherry pie some months ago, maybe in the summer. Did you see that? I know you're a big Warrant fan. I think you did. I think maybe you mentioned something to me at the time. I don't remember if Ricky wrote for them. I think he was involved with them somehow. I think he was friends with Stevie. Ah, yeah. Okay, I thought you did, Ron. I wasn't sure. Wasn't did Ricky go under? Who were the other names? There was Ozzy Stillborn. Who was pretty Ugly Boy Floyd? What was the main character called? Bastard Boy Floyd. Bastard Boy Floyd. Janie Bond Neal, forgot about him. Um was that all Stevie under different names, or how did that work? I'm waiting. Yeah, the Sean Card was the guy's name, right? And they had I guess they had a big following. Um Sorry, not a following, a big fall. I was just looking at Angelina on Facebook, and it said follower. Fallout. They had a big fallout. It seems that everybody has a fallout with Stevie at some point. Like I said, he doesn't seem like a very likable guy. He seems like the guy that would stab you in the back. Okay. Yeah, I remember it was a big deal in sludge land at that point. At whatever, when was that, in 2004, 2005? All right. Yeah, I guess that was around the time they outed themselves. I guess they got into a fight, and I guess that was the outcome. And I used to love the 20 questions. The 20 questions used to be every Tuesday or Wednesday, something. And I used to really look forward to them every week. Some of them were kind of stupid, but and it was funny at the time. If anybody remembers, some of the guys who did the 20 questions, I think Scott Ian was one. They obviously nobody knew that it was Stevie at that time, and then when they found out that it was Stevie, they didn't want anything to do with him, which was funny because I remember Stevie thought that was cool, like, "Oh, yeah, these guys were kissing my ass when they didn't know when I was anonymous, but now that they know it's me, they don't want anything to do with me." He thought that was cool. I thought it was the opposite way, like, that should tell you something about yourself, that now that people know who you are, they don't want anything to do with you. But I think there were a few guys that once they found out that it was Stevie, they lost interest. Maybe I think Scott Ian, because he's a thrash guy and Steve was a glam guy or whatever, and maybe Scott wanted to distance himself from that universe. Mrs. Mia Wallace. Oh, Donna Anderson, right? I think that was Stevie. Um, I think Stevie wrote. Remember they had the penis chart? I think that was Stevie. Stevie was writing about penises under the guise of being a woman. I think he said that. I think it was Stevie. Did you ever post there, Damien? Were you a poster, or you just read the site? Yeah, the groupie chart. Yeah, good for you. Really, and it sounds sarcastic. It's funny how that can be. Yeah, good for you. It's like, but honestly, good for you if you never posted that. Just like Alejandro, if you can avoid that, that's good. Tour bus, yeah. Actually, the first one that Ron and I knew each other was Metal Edge, not Metal Sludge, but Metal Edge. We kind of followed each other around, and then we went to a tour bus, um, and then Metal Sludge. I think also maybe was it fuckyou.com, FUCC? Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, Damien says he hated forums. It still is. I mean, basically, Facebook is the new, or Twitter, I guess, maybe more than anything, is the new toxic. Not new. It's been around for a long time now, but that it's kind of like these forums were social media before. Oh, Kiss Asylum board. I remember that. I don't think I frequented that too often, but I remember it. Um, oh yeah, I was saying that yeah, all these boards were basically social media before social media existed. Oh yeah, you got off Facebook. Yeah, I have mixed feelings. I think this is one of the first things we talked about when I started this live stream was that was with, oh, we were talking about that with Kirk Desmond, that he said he doesn't follow any social media. My brother doesn't either. Um, I mean, there are some aspects of it that I like. I like I've learned about music through social media, good restaurants. I've met people on social media, including Damien in real life and Dallas, who was here earlier. No, there are good things about social media, but yeah, a lot of shit too. I don't remember the Vinnie Vincent board at all. What a horrible just a place called the Vinnie Vincent board must have been horrible. Kirk is antisocial. I'm not. I'm actually very social. I like talking to people. Hence almost 4 hours of streaming on YouTube. Oh, anti-social media. Okay, that's a big difference. Antisocial is very different than anti-social media. Understandable. Oh, and speaking of Vinnie Vincent, and we've talked about this just a minute about some of my T-shirts. We've talked about this different people at different points tonight, and I've mentioned AliExpress. Do you know AliExpress, Ron? Let me show you something. A shirt this is the fish, the one that got away. I almost bought this shirt a couple of days ago, but I didn't because look at my with the recommendations I get for AliExpress. It's all Kiss shirts and Kiss stuff. Everything they're recommending to me is Kiss Aussie. Um, just a minute. Let me show you this. This is speaking of Vinnie Vincent. Just a minute. Ah, here it is. They recommended this shirt, and I was going to buy that. Look at that shirt. That's fucking awesome. No, no, Ron's never heard of AliExpress. I was going to buy that Vinnie Vincent shirt. Now they advertise as being yellow, obviously, but then when you go to buy it, yellow is not an option, and I really wanted that in yellow. That's a cool shirt. Let's see. Damien says, when I saw your El Chopo video. Oh, thank you. Very nice to hear. Oh, that's the first time I've ever been called approachable. I like that. Some people seem to be, and maybe I was at some point when I was younger, like 6 months ago. Uh, kind of these people that are proud to be assholes. I think why? I would rather be a nice, now this is in contrast to the metal sludge days. I would rather be a nice, approachable person that people want to talk to rather than you know, somebody like the metal sludge people that they think they're a dick. Yeah, I am approachable. And a guy, you know what? A guy commented on one of my videos a couple of weeks ago when I went to see Exodus. Um, I did one of my merch tours outside the Exodus show, and I posted the video. And then some guy commented, and he said, "I saw you outside the concert doing your video tour, and I tried to talk to you." And he said I was rude to him or something that I wouldn't. I said I know something, and I thought, "What the hell are you talking about?" I'm super nice to everybody. I like it when people talk to me. Mostly, um, I think you're right, Damien. I am approachable. This guy said I was rude to him. Um, Yeah, the same thing happened, Damon, with Dallas, who was here earlier. I think he found me also from my El Chopo videos. He's from Canada. This was 6 months ago, and he said he was coming to Mexico City in November, which he did. And we actually spent about 3 or 4 days together. He was here staying in my city. So I met him one night with Lilia. Lilia and I went to meet him, not together for any reason, but just because we were out together and we hung around and we went and got tacos, and then the next day, we went out for lunch, and then, we went to El Chopo in Mexico City. Anybody that comes here is always welcome to say hello to me or spend some time with me or whatever. Blue Flyer says, Who are you friends with, Blue Flyer? I'm not sure if I understand. It says, "I found out friends with singer." Are you talking about Eric Singer or somebody who's a singer in a band? I am confused. Clarify, Blue Flyer. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're friends with singer. Nah, don't rein it in. Bring it on. Rain down upon me. Rain praise on me. Heap praise on me. I've told people about that before, Damien. I said that wrong. I've told people about that before, Damien, that I went there with you and you and Matt. I remember we all bought a lot of stuff that day. It kind of became almost like a competition. I think this happens in life when you're with other people. You get influenced by them. Like drinking. I went out with a friend of mine, Pierre, who lives here in my city in Cuernavaca, who lived here. He died a few years ago, and he was from Quebec, and we were both teachers at the same school, and we were good friends. And there's a great Mexican dish called pozole. Maybe Ron knows it, and it's one of my favorite things. And there's a place in here in Cuernavaca it's called Tacotitlan, and every Tuesday and Thursday they have an all you can eat pozole, and it's like $3 or something, less than that. Um, and it's all you can eat. And we went, and typically I would drink, like I would eat a bowl of pozole. It's kind of like a stew or a soup. And just a minute, Alejandro. I'll get to your question. And if I forget, please remind me. But I'll finish this story. So Pierre and I went for this all you can eat pozole once, and we had two, and then he said, "You gonna have one more?" And I said, "Yeah." So we had one more. And then we had a third one, and he said another, and we ended up having 5 bowls of pozole. And, no, I think it's Kirk, I think it's more pancita for crudos than pozole. Um, but, you get influenced by your friends, and so I think when I went to El Chopo with Damien and my friend Matt, who's actually from England, but he's my friend here. He lives in Mexico City, but I met him through another friend of mine in Cuernavaca. We went to El Chopo together. It was me, Matt, and Damien, and I bought more shirts that day than I normally would just because I felt almost, excuse me, like, not a competition, but like I got into the spirit of it. When you see other people doing something, you kind of that kind of spurs you on. So I remember I mean, you bought more than anybody, I think, Damien, but I bought more. I remember I think we all bought a Motley Crue shirt, or I remember I bought a Rat Invasion of Your Privacy shirt that day with you, Damien, you and Matt, and I think we all bought a Rat shirt. And I think you and Matt maybe bought a Motley Crue Too Fast for Love shirt, maybe? You bought the same one? The Invasion of gray shirt with Invasion of Your Privacy? Oh, that girl was so hot on the cover of Invasion of Your Privacy. Oh, that's right. Okay, so you guys both got Motley Crue shirts, but different shirts. I have a Shout at the Devil shirt, a Girls shirt. I think that's it. I think I have 2 Motley Crue shirts. Going back here, Alejandro says, "The guy who sells tacos de canasta in El Chopo, near to a guy who sells instruments t-shirts still there." I'm not sure. Are you talking about the instruments t-shirts? Are you talking about right in El Chopo or near, like there's an area? Have you been to El Chopo before, Alejandro? Is that what you're talking about? Um, because there's a guy that sells, and I've shown him in my videos a couple of times. It's kind of a tradition for me to get those tacos de canasta between the Metro Buena Vista and El Chopo. There's a guy just with an umbrella selling tacos de canasta. It's like it used to be 7 for 10 pesos. Now I think it's like 4 or 5 for 10 pesos. Right in El Chopo, I don't know anybody who sells tacos de canasta in El Chopo. The guy who sells musical instrument t-shirts, you're talking about the guys that has like Marshall and orange amplifiers and things like that. Is that, and it's right on a corner, right? Is that the guy you're talking about, Alejandro? Okay, so Damien did buy the same rat shirt as me. Oh, you bought a Grand Funk shirt. You bought it from the guy I mentioned this guy a couple of hours ago, the guy who sells the Grand Funk shirts. He's the only guy who has Grand Funk and he had David Bowie, The Doors, To Ramon shirt. Oh, Bad Religion, Texas Chainsaw. I have that one too. I think it's Who Will Survive and Who Will Be Left of Them. I have that Texas Chainsaw shirt. Bad Taste, the Peter Jackson movie. Motley, you said you bought Too Fast for Love, Rat Invasion, Ozzy Tribute. I guess the Randy Rhoads album. Okay. Ron, you need to check out AliExpress. Seriously, you can find anything on AliExpress. Really, really, it'll be the best thing and the worst thing that ever happened to you. The best thing because you're going to find cool stuff, and the worst thing is because you're going to spend a lot of money. Check out AliExpress from China, China, China. Oh, Nihilist, you mentioned that early. No, that's what I heard too about AliExpress. I wouldn't buy. Let me show you, Ron. I got this. I don't know if you can see it. This Kiss Rock and Roll Overwatch I got from AliExpress. It was like $15 US. And I've had it for a couple of months. I've had it, I think, for about 3 or 4 months now. It keeps perfect time. It's great. It's not a Rolex or a tag, but it's a good watch for $15 US. I don't know if I would buy anything more than 15 or $20, or I wouldn't buy a laptop or something like that. But just to buy rock shirts and I've bought so many. I bought this phone case, this phone, and I have tons of these phone cases. I mentioned earlier in this live stream. I have, I think, about 5 or 6 Kiss phone cases. I have Jaws, Eddie Van Halen, Clockwork Orange. I have a couple of Taxi Driver. I've bought Lilia some Friends and Grease phone cases. These phone cases are like $3 or $4 US, including shipping. They're $3 or $4 US. I think the phone cases themselves are about 2 or 3, and then shipping is like $1 or something. Shipping time, the longest, and I've ordered a lot of stuff from AliExpress. Fastest has been 12 days. Longest has been 18, which is pretty good from China. Might even be a little bit faster for you in the US. Couple days. But I highly recommend AliExpress. I wouldn't buy anything expensive on there. But just for these cheap, rock things, you can find awesome stuff. We're down to 6 people. We've been down to 6 a couple of times. We haven't gone below 6. I haven't gone to 5. Is anybody still there? Kirk? Haven't heard from Kirk for a while. And Helena? Did she desert me? Blue Flyer. Oh, I've missed a little bit of Blue Flyer. All right. Let me go back a little bit. Ellie Gloating. Who is Ellie Gloating? I have no idea who that. Alejandro, are you off for the night? Alejandro, are you out? All right, Kirk is still checking in. No need, no need. It's not like you need to be constantly posting, but good to know that who's still here. Ellie Goulding. I have no idea who that is. Man, I love AliExpress. Let me give you a little glimpse into my shopping life. I'm actually a little bit embarrassed about this, but on the other hand, I also don't care. My order, I just placed an order yesterday. Let me go to my cart. Sorry, not my cart, my order history. I bought this, got a Thunder shirt, 240 Mexican. That's about $12 US. Just a minute here. Oh, whoops. Whoops. All right, this is the order I placed yesterday. So I got this Kiss shirt, and they come in different colors. I got it in white, but you can get it in black. They have it in different colors. I got one of my favorite movies ever. I got this one, Falling Down, 174 pesos. That's about $8 or $9. Just a second. I got the Aussie Ultimate Sin shirt. That's about $12 US. I got a Kiss Lick It Up shirt. This is what I ordered yesterday. And they have it in you can get it in different colors. Light gray, blue. It's important that I say the name of the color in addition to you visibly seeing it. 241 pesos, about $12. Damien asks, is it thank you, Blue Flyer. Damien asks, is it a bunch of different companies? Yeah. Yeah, like I mean Amazon, I mean AliExpress is like the supplier, it's the umbrella, and then they're individual sellers, although they're all mostly I guess the same. I got this one. Also, oh no, I showed that one. Just a second. Got this one. Yeah. Awesome stuff. And totally reliable. I've bought tons and tons of stuff from them over the last 6 or 8 months. I don't think I've ever been disappointed. I've bought actually pretty much everything. You know what? Almost everything. I bought a bunch of stuff for Lily for Christmas last week. I think aside from a couple of things, everything I bought her was either from AliExpress or El Chopo. We have the same tastes in stuff. I got her a bunch of stuff from AliExpress and El Chopo. Phone cases, T-shirts, little pins, little knickknacks, stuff like that. No, Damien, I don't think it'll be a mistake. I think, as I said, I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Just at least for this kind of stuff. I feel like this should be a paid partnership with me and AliExpress. They should be giving me money or free stuff. Oh, I missed Alejandro. He was leaving. If he's still here, gracias por tu apoyo, Alejandra. Gracias, Alejandro. If I said Alejandro, Alejandro. Y que tenga buena noche. Oh, a mistake financially. Yeah, like I said, I told Ron, yeah, it'll be the best thing and the worst thing. You're gonna spend a lot of money, but you're gonna get some cool stuff. Yeah, tons of Aussie stuff. A guy yesterday, I was wearing an Eddie Van Halen toque because it was very cold yesterday up in the mountains, and somebody commented. He asked me where I got it, and I told him AliExpress. And if you Google Eddie Van, I mean, not if you Google, if you search for Eddie Van Halen and AliExpress, that the classic Eddie Van Halen, the Frankenstrat, the black and white and red crazy stripes. They put that on anything: backpacks, keychains, shirts, hoodies, phone cases, stickers, anything. Good stuff. Who's here? Valinor. Long live the United States of America. Long live Canada. Long live Mexico, and long live North America. Thank you. Oh, we got a couple. Oh no, Valinor. Thank you for joining. Oh, we're up to 10 people now. Oh, Angelina is back. Very nice. She says, vinyl wise, what is your limit on how much you would pay for a record? That's a good question. I like these kind of questions about my judgment. Oh, another new. Oh, we got a couple of newbies here. Vegan Mexicano. Gracias. Bienvenidos. Um, not that much. I'm not a collector. Like, I think I bought, Kiss the Originals record, about I don't know, a few weeks ago or a month ago. That was way too expensive. That was, 1,800 pesos. Well, I mean, that's for a 3 album set. Um, how much would I pay? Like, I think 600 pesos is probably about my limit, unless it's something really, really unique. And even 600, I mean, for me as a guy living in Mexico, 600 is a lot. Um, I did get Kiss Alive, which is down. Here's Kiss Alive. I have 3 versions of that, the record. I have my original version that I got in 1976, and I have I got a brand new sealed version that, excuse me, that was re-released in 2014. I got that in Arizona earlier this year, and I got this version at El Chopo a few months ago. It was, I think, 400 or 450 pesos, which is 22 bucks. That's okay for me. But I saw recently a Scorpions Virgin Killer, um, the record, the Virgin Killer record with the original, creepy or pervy, album cover with the young girl, the naked young girl on it, was 2,000 pesos for that record. It was a Japanese import, and I would have felt very strange buying that. And I took a picture. I thought, I take this. People are going to wonder why I'm taking a picture of this album cover, just because it was so rare to see. Um, no, for me, 600 is probably about my limit to answer your question, Angelina. Let me see. The Vegano Mexicano. I need to catch up with so much good videos in your channel. Found you just months ago. After the concert in Photo of Iron Maiden. Thank you, Vegano Mexicano. I mentioned that those videos get a lot of views. That I think that video got around 50,000 views, and it's cool and it's kind of fun. And when been at this concerts with my friends, I think it's kind of cool. People come up to me and they want to take pictures with me. I'm a mini, mini, mini celebrity. And just as I say this, Blue Flyer says this guy is famous. No, I'm not famous. When I go to concerts, people do recognize me. And I have to admit, I don't like seek it, but it's kind of cool to think that I just do these videos for fun and that people do recognize me from my videos. One guy, this was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I was in a 7-Eleven here in my city in Cuernavaca, and I was in there with Lilia, and we were in separate parts of the store. And she told me the story after that a guy came up to her and he said, "Is that James Hetfield?" Or no, no, he said, "Are you with him?" And she said, "Yeah." He said, "Can I take a picture with him?" And she said, "Okay, why?" And he said, "It's James Hetfield, right?" And she said, "No, no, no. He I guess just looks like him." And he said, "No, he insisted that I was James Hetfield, and he wanted to take a picture with me." And she said, "No, he's not James Hetfield." And the guy said, "Okay, then I don't want a picture." That's kind of funny. Oh, and let me tell a quick story. This was really cool. In 2013, whenever the last Black Sabbath album came out. Thank you, Kirk. I don't know about that, but thank you. Um, when that Black Sabbath 13 album came out, um, I went to on a Friday, I went to a little Chinese takeout or little Chinese fast food place. And as I was eating, I noticed the girl who worked there kind of kept looking at me, which is pretty normal for girls to be looking at me. And I sat and I was with Lil and I said, "This girl keeps looking at me." And as we were leaving, she came up and I think she came up to Lily because I guess she didn't speak Spanish or maybe she felt I don't know, not confident in her English, and she said, can I take a picture with him?" Talking about me, and she said, "Yeah," and she said, "Because I look like James Hetfield." And so this was on a Friday, and then the next day, I went to I was at a record store and I bought the Black Sabbath 13 CD, and the guy in the record store came up to me and he said, "Can I take a picture with you?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, because, he said, "My girlfriend met you yesterday and she took a picture with you and she either shared it with him or posted on social media. So that girl at the Chinese restaurant the day before wanted a picture with me, and then, this guy the next day, her boyfriend also wanted a picture of me, which was very, very strange, and kind of cool. I think that's, I like it. I don't, like I said, I don't seek it out, but it's kind of funny and cool. And Kirk is talking about the, yeah, this girl a couple weeks ago said, David Bowie, ven, quiero un photo." She thought I looked like David Bowie. Nobody has ever told me I look like David Bowie. Um, and Damien, yeah, some guy said James Hetfield. I don't get that too much these days. I guess maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago we looked more alike, but he's maybe gained some weight and I've lost some weight. And I don't think we and I also don't have my my facial hair anymore. So I don't think I look as much I don't look as much like James Hetfield as I used to. Am I saying that right? Anyway, but, yeah, kind of cool, and thank you again for everybody who's here now and who's, watched my videos. Thank you, because it is, when I've gone there with my friends or my brother or anywhere like that, people think it's pretty cool. It's kind of funny. I went to a concert with, I think it must have been U2 a couple years ago. I went with Lily and her sister, and sometimes and especially at concerts, people really recognize me because they watch my videos. And all kinds of, I think about 20 people came up to, either to say hello or they wanted to take a picture with me. And Lilia's sister was like, "Wow, I can't believe this." So that's my mini, 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 like no, let's say X list celebrity status. It's kind of fun. I admit it. What else? Anything else? We're at 7 people now. I think if we go below 6, I'll say goodnight. What Motorhead video are you talking about, Damien? I'm always up for Motorhead. By the way, I'll give you a little insight. I have a video, tentative set up with, Jason McMaster from Dangerous Toys, Watchtower, Broken Teeth, Igniter, Cassius King, Evil United. Uh, I kind of have that in the works with him and Chris McClernand from Saigon Kick and Cold Gin to do a Motorhead video. We're going to talk about, Motorhead. We started talking about that. Chris messaged me and asked me, if we could do that, and asked Jason, and Jason just said yes. It's just a matter of timing. We have to, everybody's busy during Christmas, but that's in the works to talk about Motorhead with Jason and Chris. Are you talking, Damien, about me rating the Motorhead albums like I did with Kiss, ranking them? I guess, is that what you're talking about? Um, if you want to do that, I would like to do that. To be honest, I don't want to get into, and I watch a lot of these videos of people ranking different bands' discography. And I did Kiss, and I don't really have any plans to do any other bands as much as I love so many of these other bands. Um, I think and I watch some of these, and some of the rankings, they're kind of stupid. Like I see these guys, I shouldn't say stupid. That sounds metal sludgish. I see these guys doing rankings and I see them, they talk about this album, this album, and I think they talk about one and it sounds like they like it less than one that they talked about that they ranked lower. And honestly, I think part of my problem is I put too much thought into this. Like I think Honestly, that Kiss ranking I did, man, I really spent a lot of time. I have to justify, why do I like number 11 more than I like number 17, for example? Um, and I mean, I could do that with Kiss. I don't know if I could do it with another band. Like, I mean, I know Orgasmatron is probably my number 1. I think Damien, yours is too, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Um, but like, I don't know, where do I put, I don't know, Iron Fist compared to rock and roll, or, 1916 compared to, I don't know, We Are Motorhead, something like that. I need a reason. I feel like some of these people that do rankings, they just kind of list them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Orgasmatron is your favorite. I thought so. I think we've talked about that before. But no, if I could do it with somebody, I would probably, maybe not necessarily a ranking, and that's kind of what Jason and Chris and I will do. It's not necessarily what the idea is, not to just rank them, but just kind of talk about Motorhead in general. Motorhead, Jason called it Motorhead worship. But anytime somebody wants to do any of these, I think it's just a matter of timing. To it's hard with time zones, different time zones, which can make it more difficult or sometimes make it easier. But yeah, I'd be up for that. Motorhead didn't release a terrible album. I beg to differ, as Prong said. There's one that I think is terrible. Can you guess what that is? And I did talk about their whole discography. I think that was actually the first one I did at the beginning of the pandemic. I think the first discography that I went through was Motorhead's. I didn't rank them, but I did talk about them. Can you guess what Motorhead album I think is awful? I think Ron is not a Motorhead fan. Are you, Ron? Another Perfect Day? No, Another Perfect Day is actually one of my favorites. That's in my top 5 for sure. I love Another Perfect Day. The one Motorhead album that I think sucks is March or Die. I really can't say anything good about that album. There were a couple of other ones that I didn't really get into that much, but man, March or Die is not very good. I would even say it's bad. And I think a lot of people don't like it. I don't really know what other people think of Motorhead's catalog, but I get the impression that March or Die would be at the bottom, I think, of most people's list, or very, very close to the bottom. Was that wrong? Was that Motorhead, Dio, and Watt? No, not Wasp. Who was it? It was a triple bill, no? Who was that? Motorhead, Dio, or no, was that Iron Maiden, Motorhead, and Dio? Who was that tour? I remember a triple bill. Motorhead and Dio were 2 of the bands. Who was the 3rd one? Or maybe there was another tour that was just Motorhead and Dio. And by the way, Another Perfect Day was we probably talked about this, Damien. Another Perfect Day was my first Motorhead album. Not quite my favorite, but it was my first. Just Dio and Motorhead. Okay. I think they did a tour in maybe 2000 or 2001 with Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Dio, and Motorhead. And I mentioned earlier, I think this was before you came, Ron. I just watched the Dio Dreamers Never Die documentary. I think I watched that on New Year's Eve. Have you seen it? Or has anybody seen it? Any comments on Dreamers Never Die? Oh, we're down to 5. Oh, we were down at 5 briefly, and now we're up to 6 people. So this has been extended. You like the Dio documentary? Yeah. Who is Win Davis? Clive Davis? I have no idea who Win Davis is. I don't know how Clive would have been auto-corrected to Win. And he was in the documentary, this guy, Win Davis. I at least by name, I don't remember him. If I saw him, I'm sure I would. Let me readjust. Doc, and I remember in that documentary, when they were, excuse me, when they showed the making of Stars, and they talked, and Dio was saying, does Dawkins rhyme with rockin' or something like that? And Dawkins said how nervous he was. Edson Cortez. Hola, ¿irás al concierto de Enforcer Mayhem in El Circo Volador? No, I don't like Enforcer ni Mayhem. Oh, and I just saw today, or I think last night, that DRI is playing at Circo Volador on June 17th or June 23rd or something. But no, Enforcer and Mayhem, I won't be at that. Okay, so Ron is saying, oh, they played This Is Your Life. I didn't know that that was a song. I remember that Dio tribute album that came out, whatever, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Metallica did that medley. Anthrax did Neon Nights. I don't remember that there was the Dio song called This Is Your Life, but when it played in the movie at the end, I Googled it or Shazammed it or something. I saw that it was a Dio song, and it was on Anger Machine, so I didn't know that. Okay, I thought it was like, I got the impression that it was an unreleased song. Okay, I didn't know that. I don't. I think I didn't listen to that whole album. I think I just listened to the bands that I liked, Anthrax and Metallica or whoever. Yeah, and I didn't even know that Dio played the piano until I watched that documentary the other day. That was news to me. And I never got into Dio post. I guess Sacred Heart was the last Dio album that I was even vaguely familiar with. And I was never a big Dio fan. I love that guy's voice, but some of his songs were not that good. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Y&T. I love Dave. Oh, here's another newbie. GTA Stuntman. Is GTA referred to Grand Theft Auto or Greater Toronto area? Yeah, man, Dio's voice, great voice, but yeah, just some of his stuff was not, for me, the songs were not that good. GTA 5. Okay, so Grand Theft Auto. Welcome. And Blue Flyer is still here. I apologize for ignoring. Thank you for staying here. Oh, we're up to 9 people now. We were just at 5 a few minutes ago. 8, going up and down. Who's still here? We got GTA Stuntman, Blue Flyer, Ron, Edson. I think Damien is still here. That's 5. There are still 3 unaccounted for. Is Angelina still here? Don't you people work? Don't you have to go to work in the morning? I don't know what time zone some of you are in. God knows what time it is in Australia, where Damien is. Ron is in Texas. I think he's in the same time zone as me, 12:38. Kirk is Kirk is still here. Oh, okay. Oh, GTA has some DRI stuff here. He must have just heard me talking about DRI. Yeah, they just announced that show here in Mexico City yesterday, I think it was. Actually, here, let me show you. I give these little, I've been giving these little glimpses into my life, and I sent a message to my friend. Why did I say friend? My friend Francisco. That's why I said it. Because I know he's a big DRI fan. I've known this guy for 20 years. He lives in Mexico City. Uh, there. I don't know if the camera's picking this up. I told him DRI at Circo Volador, June 17th. Uh, oh, Damien. Okay, it's 5:38. You're in Melbourne, right, Damien? 5:38 p.m. Oh, and Ron, maybe you would be interested in this. I think this topic came up before you joined in. I learned from that guy Alejandro who left 20 minutes ago or something that Pretty Boy Floyd is playing in Mexico City in March. I think it was March 17th or something. And apparently they're playing the full Leather Boys and Electric Toys album. Leather Boys with Electric Toys. That's the name of the album. Um, I think I'm gonna go see Pretty Boy Floyd in Mexico City in March. I've never seen them before, Pretty Boy Floyd. This is maybe not the best time of their career to see them, but I'm sure I'll never get another chance. So I will pop my Pretty Boy Floyd cherry, as they say. Can imagine the crowd there. What kind of people are going to go to a Pretty Boy Floyd show in Mexico City in 2023? We got a lot of people from California here tonight. That sounded like Paul Stanley. We got a lot of people from California here tonight. So GTA Stuntman is from California. Not Damien, Kirk, Angelina. What was the other guy's name? Nocivo was also from California. So we got a bunch of Californians here tonight. Or are you talking to GTA Stuntman? Are you talking about DRI? Uh, you saw or Pretty Boy Floyd? DRI, I think, right? Oh, okay. I saw DRI, 30 something years ago. I saw them in Toronto in like 1986 or 87 or something. Haven't seen them since. I'm not a Oh, and Blue Flyers in San Diego, another California. No, we got everybody from California. Imagine that. More Californians than Mexicans. And Texas. Maybe Ron remembers my old line, my zinger from 2000 because he's from Texas, and I would say, "Who's watching the manure pit while you're posting online?" Mhm. The web TV days. Web TV days. All right, what else? Oh, we're down to 5 now. I said if we got below 5, I was gonna end it. Who's here now? 5. We got Ron, Damien, Kirk, GTA Stuntman, and Blue Flyer. I think that's all, right? Is that the 5? Blue Flyer and the 619. I guess I only know 619. That was Rey Mysterio, right? Was the 619 guy? Oh, San Diego. Right, right. Yeah. Yeah. San Diego 619. Autocorrect. How is code in Mexico right now? Good question. Good change of topic. I like that segue. Um, I don't know. I wish I had a better answer. I think at least up until a couple of weeks ago, my state didn't have any cases for like a month or 2 months or something, which is probably because nobody's getting tested. But I know it's spiking, I guess, is the buzzword in some places again. Um, it hasn't changed my life in the last however long that this has been going up again. Um, no, I can't really answer that. And no, I do know in Durango State, they reimposed, is that the word? A mask mandate, I think last week or something. the state government said, you have to go back to wearing masks, which is amazing. I'm not anti-vax, I'm not anti-mask, but I think we're at the point where you can't tell people to wear masks again. And the US is now, and US, Korea, um, Japan. I think there are like 5 countries that are asking now for tests from people that are coming from China. I think we should be well past that. You had COVID, Ron, in August? Yeah, Rey Mysterio from San Diego, 619. And I assume, Ron, you were or are, whatever, vaccinated, right? Yeah, same with me. So what is that? Is that 3 for you? I had 3. I was actually just talking about that with my friend yesterday when we were hiking. I had my booster, the 3rd one in January last year, so it's been a year. So I don't know if I need to get a 4th one now, but I think Mexico is not even doing them. That's what I was asking my friend, and he said that he thinks that you can't even get any vaccines in Mexico now. I don't feel like I need it, but I guess if it were available easily, I would probably get it. I'm going to Vietnam next month, so hopefully this doesn't get any worse. I don't want to have. I bought this plane ticket 8 months ago, and I don't want to have any problems with that. Okay, all right. Maybe you have a newer one that I don't have. I'm not sure. It was really hard to get it in Mexico. I did videos about this. My first one, which was in May, I guess 2021, took me like 10 hours, 8 or 9 or 10 hours to get. I had to wait in line. I had to go to different places. It was a horrible experience. And my second one took like 45 minutes. And my third one took about 4 hours or something like that. It was a horrible experience to hear. Uh, yeah, what Damien said, that's what most people say that now. That's just like a cold. Wow, lost your sense of taste and smell for 3 months. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. That seemed like an early COVID thing to lose your sense of taste and smell. Especially for 3 months, that's really long. But that is not a good way for, well, not you, but anybody if you wanna lose weight, and if you can't smell or taste anything, you may as well eat nothing but vegetables, right? What's the point in eating caviar or, lobster if you can't taste or smell anything? Yeah, it took the yeah, that's what I mean. If you can't enjoy what you're eating, you may as well eat, broccoli for breakfast, cauliflower for lunch, and Brussels sprouts for dinner. We're up to 7 people now. Who's here now? Damien, we're the Dan, Damien, Ron show now. Where's I guess I think Kirk is still lurking. He chimes in when called upon. Is Blue Flyer still here? I never got it at any point. All right, Kirk is still here. Good. I never got it at any point. Hold on, Ron is saying, "Of course she is." Who is she? I don't know who she is. Yeah, going on 5 hours. 4 hours. I got the timer here. 4 hours, 45 minutes, and 23 seconds. Oh, Blue Diamond. No, not Blue Diamond, Blue Flyer. Why do you assume it's a she? I assume that everybody that watches my channel has a penis, except for Angelina. Yeah, it's weird for me that I never got it because I was not too. I mean, in the early days, I was very, very before the vaccine, especially in the first few months. I was under the impression that if you got COVID, you were going to die. Um, but then, I mean, during COVID, I traveled to Arizona in October 2020, and I've traveled on by plane. I've been to the beach 4, 5 times. I've taken 6, 7 plane rides since COVID started, including a couple before, at least 2 before I was vaccinated, and, I never got COVID. I think part of the reason is because I live by myself, and I think maybe that's the same with you, Damien, that I if I had a wife or a girlfriend or kids or family or roommates that I lived with, they would be bringing it to me, but I think living by yourself, keeps you isolated. Now, how would you know you got it at a convenience store? I think how does anybody know how you get it now? I mean, before the vaccines, you could kind of, or especially in the early days, when pretty much nobody was going out and everything was closed, you could kind of, uh, you know, because you had minimal contact with people, you could pinpoint who you got it with. Yeah, you even in earlier this year, you were rarely leaving the house. Are you a shut in naturally? Oh, yeah, me too. That's another thing. I mean, in a typical day for me, I've worked at home for 5 years, and a typical day for me, I only leave the house. There's a little store, kind of like a mini market beside my house. They sell like roast chicken and fruits and vegetables and everything. And I go there at least once a day. But other than that, on a like Monday to Friday basis, I mean I go out to exercise, but that's it. I'm in farmland. I'm walking around with cows and horses and the occasional donkey and a lot of dogs. But other than that, I don't have too much contact with people. Not by choice. That's just the way it goes. Yeah, kind of like me. I still go out. I mean, I go to concerts. I go to Mexico City. Going to El Chopo this weekend. I've taken a lot of vacations. I've traveled more during COVID than I ever have before. It was awesome. That time I went to Arizona in 2020. Man, there were like 20 people on the plane. I had the whole row to myself, 3 seats plus the 3 seats on the other side of the aisle, all to myself. That was an awesome time to fly. There's nobody, the planes were almost empty. Airports were empty. It was excellent. But to me, everything feels pretty much normal now. There are still some places here in my city that won't let you in without a mask. The government doesn't mandate it, but my favorite restaurant here in my city, they still make people wear masks. It's a buffet restaurant, all homemade, like uh, comida de abuela. And you have to, when you enter the restaurant, you have to wear a mask. When you're sitting down, you can take the mask off. But when you go up to serve yourself at the buffet, you have to wear your mask again. If you go to the bathroom, any time you get up from your table, and they're real strict about it too, about wearing your mask. They gave me shit a couple of times. I just honestly, one time I stood up just to see there was something missing from the buffet that I was waiting for, and I kind of stood up and just kind of pivoted, and they seriously, they didn't yell at me, but they said, "Hey, you gotta put your mask on." I was like, "Man, I just stood up." Now Damien works with 600 people. All right. Well, maybe if I worked with 600 people, I would have it. Oh, we're down to 5 again. If we go below 5, I think that's all. Who's here now? Ron, Damien, Blue Flyer, Kirk. Are we missing one? The GTA? Is he oh, we're up to 6 now. Somebody just joined. Who just came in now? Are people coming and going? Blue Flyer checking in. Hello. Yeah, but if I'm asymptomatic, to me, if I'm asymptomatic, that's the same as not having it. I mean, if I don't have any symptoms, I may as well say I don't have it. Yeah, maybe it's technically incorrect to say that I've never had it. Maybe it's more correct to say I've never felt symptoms of it. Have I ever listened to Acides before they're from Mexico? Never heard of Acides before. Nope, first time. I'm not a big punk fan. I like some, but I'm not really up on that. But have never heard of Acides. All right. We're still at 6. There's yeah, Damien is maybe more that's maybe more up his alley, up your alley, YER, up your alley. That's maybe more up his alley. Yeah, Damien's I think kind of a punk guy. All right. Well, unless anyone else is gonna what's the next hike? Good question from Kirk. Kirk is an all around guy. He. I know some people they watch my videos. They only watch. I think most everybody who I'm talking to tonight, or that we're all talking tonight, are people that like the music stuff. But I also do the hiking stuff. I think Kirk is the only guy who appreciates the hikes. Um, I think next week we usually we Eric and I have kind of a list of things that we want to do, and we do that based on we kind of try to spread it out where we go to different parts. So, there might be a couple of hikes we want to do in the same area. So we try to spread them out. I think next week it'll be on Monday. We're going to on Monday. I think we're gonna do a long one. It's gonna be like 17 or 19 kilometers that we've never done before from one town or village to another. It's gonna be, I think, from San Juan Tlacotenco to let me check my list with Eric. Sometimes we just decide that the night before. Um This is the one. This is the app that I use that we get a lot of our hikes from, or Eric kind of sends them to me. I think we're gonna do this one. I think that's next week. If we do that one, it's gonna be this loop. So it's starting in Tepos. It starts where the green pin is and ends where the red pin is. And it's going to be, if we do that one, 18 kilometers. Now this is if you notice, this is in Dutch. That's because Eric reads all his stuff in Dutch. But the numbers, a lot of elevation change on that one. It looks like about 800 meters of elevation. That's like 2,400 feet. I think that's the one we're going to do, as far as I know. But we usually message each other on Sunday and, ask, what do you want to do tomorrow? Or, and it's usually based on kind of a little bit, not really on weather, but there are some that we like to do in the dry season, some that are better, with waterfalls or rivers. Those ones are better in the rainy season. There are some that are good anytime. Eric wanted to do my favorite one, which is Chalcatsingo. Um, I think we'll do that one soon too. But I think this is the one we'll do next week. A long one, 18 kilometers. All right, we got Damien and GTA are exchanging Instagram info. That's good. Good to see. Punk underscore community 1999. Ever go to Baja? I've only been in Tijuana. That's it. I've never been anywhere else. I've never really been in that part of Mexico, the north. I've been in, I guess, about half the states, but Baja, and I guess Baja, I know technically, officially, it's in Baja California Norte. I think Tijuana is almost like a world of its own. But so really, technically, yes, but I've never really been around. I've never traveled around Baja. No, to answer Kirk's question. Now you're talking about Baja California Sur, right? In the south or around or are you talking about the north there? Did you stay in the north? Well, there's some good exchange between GTA Stuntman and Damien. Ah, drove from San Diego all the way to Cabo. That's a long, long drive. Must be beautiful. Are you driving with the ocean on your right the whole way, or is it not quite on the ocean? Yeah, I would like to do that, Kirk. I think let me show you my plan, and this could change, but when I go to Vietnam, I do. This is just for Kirk. I have a plan. There are two apps that I use, by the way. If you see this one, All Trails and Wikiloc down here. These are good hiking apps. And the one that I plan to do, Kirk, in Vietnam, is in Vung Tau, Vietnam. Is this one? Just a minute. I think I'm going to do that one in Vietnam. That loop. Yeah, that's a relatively short one. This is 3.9 kilometers. But I have been looking into Vietnam hikes. At least one day anyway. I think mostly I'm going to be in Saigon, but I'm going down to this area too in the south near a beach, and there's some at least some at least one decent hike. Am I going to Angkor Wat? No, it's too far from me. The I mentioned earlier hours ago that I'm going to Cambodia. And I assumed, Cambodia is a relatively small country. I assumed that Angkor Wat was easy to get to, but I'm basically stationing myself in Saigon, and I'm gonna go to Phnom Penh, the Cambodian capital, which is like 6 hours by bus. And then if I want to go to Angkor Wat, that's another 6 or 7 or 8 hours by bus. There's no way. My flight to Vietnam is like 30 or 31 hours. So I don't want to take another 12-hour bus ride. Even 6 hours is pushing it. Um, but no, I'm gonna stay in Phnom Penh in Cambodia or around Phnom Penh. I'll go to the Killing Fields and what's the prison? I think it's called SS, not SS, uh, Prison 21 or something like that. But no, Angkor Wat too far. Yeah, it is a long time on a bus. After spending 30 or 31 hours on a plane, and that's just on the plane. That doesn't include my time traveling to the airport in Mexico or staying for a couple of hours at the airport. I think from the time I leave my house to the time I'm going to get to the airport and to the hotel in Vietnam, it's going to be 36 hours, something like that. Plus the time difference, it's around close to 50 hours. So I'll spend another 6 hours on the bus, but that's about the end. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, again, hours ago, I've seen about that, the scams and what to avoid, and it's not something that I mean, you got to be careful of it, but it's not something I'm worried about. And we're up to 8 people now. I can't end this. I said if we get below 5, I would call it a night. Oh, and look at there's a new guy here, Brian. Hey, Brian, it's going very well. What's happening? Do I know you? Have we talked before? Welcome. But I'm just trying to get an idea of who everybody is, where they're from, if we've interacted before. What's up, Brian? Now we're up to 9. Yeah, by the way, Damien, yeah, those scams that could apply anywhere, including or maybe especially Mexico. Washington, this is you're the second from Washington tonight. There was a guy, excuse me, from Seattle earlier. Excuse me. I assume you're talking about Washington State, not DC, right? You're coming down here now. Let me see, Washington. What do I know? Seattle, Aberdeen. Uh, what do I know about Washington State? Olympia. I guess these are all places in the west, northwest. Are you actually do you actually have oh, Tacoma, of course. How could I SeaTac, I know, is the airport. Um are you hopefully coming here, or do you actually have a plan to come here, or it's just like one of the things you want to do someday? Right, Seattle area. Ah, okay. Your family's from Mexico. Well, if you come down here, I think I've said this to a couple of people tonight. We talked about this. Um, if you come down here, let me know, especially if you want to go to El Chopo. I think most of the people that are tuning into this live stream or this chat tonight are interested in El Chopo. Let me see what GTA Stuntman says. Again, well, I'll repeat the same thing to GTA Stuntman. I hope everybody comes. If anybody gets a chance to come, I'm pretty accommodating. So if anybody does come, let me know, and we can arrange something to El Chopo. I can show people around, whatever you like. I think I'm a good host. I've lived here 17 years and I've had many visits from family and friends, and I always show everybody a good time. Everybody is welcome. I still don't know who Ellie is. For Kirk, if you want to email me, should I say email or type it? It's Mexicanuck, like it's a portmanteau of Mexican and Canuck. Mexicanuck, Mexicanuck at gmail.com. I know Kirk has it's been established that Kirk is not on social media. So if you want to email me, Kirk, Mexicanuck at gmail.com. Oh, I forgot about Vegano Mexicano. Brian says, I haven't gone to El Chopo. Okay, you're only 18. Well, if you come, let me know and maybe we can meet up. Vegano Mexicano, according to your experience, is it better to visit El Chopo rather than Tepito? For metal merchandise, yes. There's no comparison. Maybe in the world, I don't think there's anywhere better to go than El Chopo. Tepito, I've only been to Tepito once. It has a horrible reputation, and sometimes these reputations, especially in Mexico, are undeserved. I've only heard bad things about Mexico, both in terms of scams and danger. Uh, I have no reason to go to Tepito, not out of fear or I mean, really have no reason to go there. I went there once and thought, this is nothing special. El Chopo is the place to go, like undoubtedly by 100%. Do I speak Spanish? I never know how to answer that. I can communicate in Spanish and I can sometimes speak. It's not the best for me. Okay, Kirk got it. Who is Ellie Goulding? Yeah, I still don't know. Oh, Ron says she's a pop singer. Oh, okay. So Brian is coming in February. Now if you're here in February, Brian, depending on what time of February, I won't be here. I'm going to be out of the country from February 13th or 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, or 2 days after the Super Bowl until March 1st or 2nd. But if you come and I'm not here, whether I'm here or not, go to El Chopo. Iztapalapa, okay, and as he has an abarrotes. Iztapalapa is I think technically that's part of Estado de Mexico. That's in a suburb of Mexico City. Ellie Goulding isn't great. Well, if she's a pop singer, whether she's great or not, I have no interest in pop singers. Oh, and you know what I learned somewhat recently, like maybe 2 months ago. For years and years, I've seen uh God, what is her name? Uh oh my God. Who's this super super famous singer? Is it Billie Eilish? Is that her name? Billie Eilish? Yeah, it is Billie Eilish. And for I don't know, I first heard of her a year, no, 2 years ago or something, I thought her last name was Eilish. So because I've never heard it, I've only seen it, and I guess I always thought that it was, yeah, Billie Eilish. I always thought it was Eilish, but I discovered that it's Billie Eilish, not Billie Eilish. So there you go. Uh, GTA Stuntman, I'm from Mexico. I'm from Nuevo Leon. So we've had a couple people from Nuevo Leon. We had Alejandro earlier. He has a house in Mexico. Okay, nearby Monterrey, which was where Alejandro was from. Okay. Yeah, DRI is coming to Monterrey to Cafe Iguana, right? Iguana? No, Ron, her name is Billie Eilish, not Eilish. Maybe you thought the same thing that I did. Eilish, not Eilish. E double L, not EILISH. And who is Blue Flyer talking about? Taylor. Taylor Swift, I guess. Taylor Hawkins? James Taylor? From Juarez. Ciudad Juarez. I've never been to Chihuahua. I've never really been to the north. The furthest north I've been is, well, Tijuana, although I don't consider Tijuana north, even though geographically it is. I guess in proper north, the furthest north I've been is uh, Leon, Guanajuato. Leon. Never been above that. Yeah, it is Elish. Okay. Oh, I was confused or Ron was confused about this girl's name. Anyway, yeah, I have no interest in any pop singers, whether they name Billy or Goulding or Ellie, Billy Ellie. I don't care. All right. Oh well, I have no idea who Ellie Goulding is. A pop singer, apparently. And now just when I was gonna cut it off, we have some noobs. But it's been, man, my God, it's been, what a loser I am. 5 hours and 11 minutes talking to a bunch of people that I don't know. But I've had a great time. This was really cool. What else do I have to do on a Tuesday night? But I guess I'll sign off now. If I don't sign off now, when do I sign off? So I'll say good night to everybody, especially Ron. This is the closest we've come to actually speaking. Yeah, it is a marathon. Marathon is 42.195 kilometers. That's a fact, which is 26 something point something miles. Thank you to everybody who is still here. Vegan Mexicano, Kirk, Ron, Blue Flyer, Damien, GTA Stuntman, Brian in Washington, Tacoma, whoever is here. Uh, Thank you. All right, Brian says one last question. How can I get in contact with you so we can meet at El Chopo? If you want to find me, if I'm around, Brian, that's whoops, sorry. It's I didn't finish that. It's this is if you want to find me on Instagram. No, it's not Mexicanuck, Mexicanadian. What's my name? Oh, I wasn't even close. It's Danbowski, Mexico. I have different versions of similar names. Find me on Instagram if you want to send me a message there. And Kirk, you have my email. Uh, Thank you again to everybody for wasting your time with me. Yeah, Ellie's going to be pissed. Still don't know who she is. This is like the biggest mystery. We're 3 days into the year so far, and I already have a mystery that I have to unravel. Who Ellie Goulding is and why she's pissed. And I'm not sure if she's pissed at me or at Blue Flyer. But again, thank you to everybody. I'm not sure when or if I'll do this again, but that was kind of a cool. I mean, I typically would have been sitting here probably watching some David Packman on YouTube or something. So thank you for giving me something to talk about. I always love talking about music. Good, a little bit of reminiscing about the metal sludge days with Ron and Damien. Thank you to everybody, and I'll have. I know you don't care about the hiking videos, except for Kirk. I should have a new hiking video up on Monday. I'll be at El Chopo this Saturday, so I should have a video up on Sunday or Monday. Um, and I think that's all. If you have any requests for El Chopo, I've got a few. I had some earlier in this live stream. You can leave a comment in any of the El Chopo videos, and I'll try to get to your request. Thank you for everybody, or to everybody. This was like I said, a good way to spend a Tuesday night. Thank you, and we'll talk again soon at some point, I hope. Thank you. Oh, now we got a new guy, RBJR, somebody new. Live from El Chopo. I don't know if I can do it from El Chopo. I don't know. Um, I could maybe do that. I would try that. I don't know if I would try it this Saturday because I'm going with Lilia, and that would probably be very annoying to her if I were doing that. But that is something people have asked for that before. If I maybe it was Kirk. Somebody asked me if I could live stream from El Chopo. I could do that. Uh, yeah, that would be cool if people tuned in for that. But again, thank you to everybody, and I am done for the night. See you.